Mount Dalua, one of the sacred mountains of the Divine Continent, is located in the far north of the Jianglan Imperial Court. Mountains filled with hoarfrost and fog hide treasure, but they are also home to dangerous and rampaging monsters. At this time, 3 people were walking through the forest, and one of them asked Dao Lao if blood mushrooms really grew here. He said the mushrooms should be around the pond and they should head toward it. Dalua Mountain is inaccessible not only because of the high mountains and rivers, but also because of noises and the demons that are on this mountain. It is said that old monsters dwell there, each with a cruel temper. The people here know that such monsters often do not allow you to go back out, so they need to be careful on this hike, especially on the summits. Culling requires extra care, and the guy thought he was being overly cautious. He is an elder of the Divine Moon, crossing Wuhan, and no one will want to go against him since he is very powerful. And even if he finds himself in danger, he will still protect a girl named Mo Da. She didn't react in any way, just noticed something, but didn't say a word and kept walking. She asked if they had already arrived at their destination, as she was concerned. The man said here they are not the blood mushrooms they were looking for and they are here. He asked where Yishin was headed, and added that priceless blood mushrooms were very abundant in the area. The men should have stood around for a while and waited until everything was ready. But the guy didn't listen to anyone and continued picking mushrooms. The man told him to go back and beware of the demonic beasts here that could be dangerous. At this moment, one of these beasts was approaching directly towards them, and everyone noticed its approach. At this moment, the demonic beast jumped out of the water and started attacking them with fury. The man and the girl immediately began to defend themselves against the demonic beast. The man told the girl to go and take care of the bow, while he himself continued to fight the monster. The guy couldn't handle his emotions, held the mushrooms in his hands and started running away. At that moment, the man had just started killing the monster. Of course, he didn't quite like it, and he glared fiercely at the monster, ready for the next fight. Here the man remembered the breath of this monster and realized that he was facing a strong opponent. Weepo's breath covered him, and he realized it was a black dragon. The man began to turn to the guy. He wanted to tell him to run away, but at that moment, the monster hit him. The monster then pinned the man against a rock that was nearby. The man literally head-butted into this rock, and everyone began to worrying about their master. At this moment, the monster started attacking the others as well. However, a hero came along and decided to rush to the rescue. It was another red-handed guy. He immediately struck the monster, which surprised the guy and the girl. The guy and girl were amazed at what they saw when he attacked the black dragon. He said that Sang Yan's body was really powerful and was able to overcome the level. At that moment he noticed a girl and a guy and couldn't figure out who they were or what they were doing here. He inquired who they were. The master climbed out of his confinement in the stones and looked around at his surroundings. The guy repeated the question again about who they were. Yishin pulled the girl back and asked who he was to see who they were dealing with. The guy said he was a Dalua mountain resident and asked what they were doing here and why. At this point, the guy and girl noticed something behind the guy and became wary. They were shouted to them to be careful as the beast was awake. The difference in strength is so great that even if he tries his best, he can put her to sleep for a little while. At this point, someone said there was no need to panic as there was a rescue plan. His grandfather is very dependable and determined. The guy and the girl didn't expect this turn of events. The guy, on the other hand, was smiling the moment the dragon's blood splattered on him. Then the man landed and looked at everyone. The boy said his grandfather had splattered him with blood, but didn't he help him, let him go, as his teeth would come in handy. The boy smiled the moment the dragon's blood splattered on him. The man then landed and scrutinized everyone present. The lad said his grandfather had splattered him with blood, but after all he had helped himself, let him go, as his teeth might be useful in the future. If he completes his business, have him return to the inn, as it is not very comfortable or safe here, especially under the current conditions. The man spotted the girl and the boy and called them petty bastards, while their master warned him to stay away from them. The left arm and blind left eye is definitely him, one of those 6 old monsters from the Infinity Inn that cause fear. He's one of the 6 old monsters of the Infinity Inn, the one-armed Mishenko who kills at the blink of an eye. Let them get out of here, he'll take care of it himself. At this moment, a blow came to him again, and he didn't take it calmly, but immediately responded to the attack by repelling the attack. The man didn't stand for it, and irritatively told the man to shut up, as his patience had run out and he wasn't going to put up with it. The girl went into a rage after the room was destroyed and couldn't accept what had happened, which made her very upset. But at that moment, she didn't have time to say a word, and she was tied with a magical thread, which upset her greatly. One martial arts king and to broken martial arts masters or serious opponents. They thought they could do whatever they wanted here. At this point, the girl started coughing up blood and the guy became concerned about her condition. The guy started saying that he would let the girl go if the guy wanted to let her kill him better. Grandpa was telling the guy not to panic because he just grabbed her and the blood had nothing to do with him unless he was mistaken. He has an extremely rare 9-yin body and cannot suppress the energy generated by her body. The cold place was unfamiliar to her, and she dared to activate her battle spirit to avoid the sudden effects of the cold poison. A body like this is rare, and this girl has this unique body. The guy couldn't accept what was happening and asked what they were doing and asked to let the girl go as she shouldn't suffer. The man asked what he was doing here and why he was interfering in their business, as it was none of his business and he should not interfere. But he won't tell him even if he gets beaten to death. Just at that moment, the man hit the guy again. The guy then began to explain that they were from the Jianlin Imperial City's Divine Noon Academy, here looking for blood mushrooms. After saying that, the man also sent him into a tree. He said the 3 were not spies outside the mountains, so he would keep them alive if they returned to the inn. But the guy didn't realize what would happen to the girl. Such a girl's body is one of the 10 sacred bodies that can help his cause. Let him take her with him as it is profitable. He said she was his wife now. His name is Chu Xin Chen, and he is a follower of Buddhism who has been on the Divine Continent for 18 years and is proud to live on a frozen mountain. Unlike the others, he has been on the Divine Continent for 18 years, and all he can boast of is the frozen mountain he lives on. He's also dealing with 6 old psychopaths who have been sealed in this mountain with an inn as guards for nearly a century. These old psychopaths were sealed in the mountain, and he had served as the mountain's guardian for nearly 100 years. They had raised him to be the hope of breaking the seal, and if he awakened his fighting spirit, he could descend the mountain and find a way to save them. But he is still mortal and has no spiritual powers. As a former computer programmer who just got killed, he is very happy with his quiet life and has carefully planned his retirement down to the smallest detail. Today he is tilling the land and tomorrow he will plant peanuts, which is part of his plans. But a shining system emerged, the strongest martial spirit system. She asked him why he had that disgusted look and tried to understand. He needs to rest, as this is his second life, and he wondered why he was given this system and not that of a better cook or farmer. The system asked if he didn't like the system provided and was willing to accept it so it could start working. At this point, she began to move closer to him to connect to his body and begin the integration process. She began to ask if he thought he could change the system whenever he wanted and asked him to let her connect to his body. The system did begin the process of connecting to his body, which felt like a powerful change and integration into his existence. At this moment, Crossing Chen felt an inexplicable sensation that was related to the beginning of a new phase of his life. Then the air was filled with a healthy beam of light that could be seen from a great distance, coming straight from the mountain. This beam of light could be seen very far away as it spread straight from the mountain, illuminating everything around it. At this moment, Crossing Chen woke up and found that he was in a new place and couldn't figure out where he was. The system greeted him, informing him that he had completed his awakening and was in the Jukan Heavenly Palace reserved for prestigious martial arts souls. However, due to the low level of the carrier at this stage, it can only concentrate morale in the skies of Ku. Battle spirits are divided into animal battle spirits, plant battle spirits, weapon battle spirits, star battle spirits, and special battle spirits. Now let him choose his fighting spirit, but the guy said he didn't want to make a choice, preferring to leave it as it was. The system reported that it had automatically picked the most suitable martial spirit and congratulated him on his successful choice, which had been made without the guy's own input. There would now be a fusion of martial spirit, and this process would begin to transform his abilities and powers. He became the eye that sees everything, which allowed him to perceive the world around him with a new perspective and enhanced abilities unavailable to ordinary people. It really surprised and amazed the protagonist a lot. At this point he was just waking up, realizing all the changes and innovations that had happened to him. All these old people said he scared the hell out of them and was in shock when they came into the house. It was obvious that it was his grandson, and the spirit awakening caused such a strong surge of energy that his grandfather should have seen his level. At this moment, he began to test the guy's morale to determine his abilities. As it turned out, he had the weakest type of spiritual type, which was in stark contrast to expectations. Nishi martial spirit has extremely low potential and can only be cultivated by martial arts masters. After 18 years of waiting, when the spirit finally awakened, it turned out to be a spiritual type. He was congratulated for successfully fusing martial spirits and gaining new skills such as bluffing, which allows him to strike a target and cause dizziness. Chu Xin Chen thought very hard about these new abilities and what they meant, trying to figure out how it would affect his life. In addition, although the golden eye is currently a battle spirit, the spirit level can be infinitely improved with various materials. Now let him go to Mount Daluo to use his new abilities. The system electrocuted him and told him he had gathered materials and labored. After that, Chu Xin Chen immediately asked to take him to the mountain to continue his journey. He continued to fight the Black Dragon, and everything going on was like the plot of a game. He felt like he was caught up in some strange game where everything that was happening seemed out of the ordinary. He wondered why she had become his wife, for the old man had not asked his opinion. The system asked why he was turning down such a beautiful woman, but the guy replied that she was too old for him and didn't meet his requirements. He wanted to marry for love, and he wants a woman with normal physical characteristics. So now he has to decide what to do next since she's injured. First, he will remove his clothes to begin first aid. There were many people around him, including a sword ghost, a smoker, a blacksmith, a poisonous devil, a mysterious man, and a bloody beauty. At this point, the girl finally woke up and saw what was going on around her, which was unexpected to her. Chu Xin Chen clearly didn't expect her to wake up at the exact moment he started undressing her, which created an awkward situation. Of course, she didn't like it and immediately began to resist what was happening. She called him a pervert and demanded he let go. He told her to hold still and behave herself if she wanted to live. The girl couldn't stand it and decided to use her power. At this moment, she started coughing blood again, which was a symptom of the effects of the cold poison. Flashes of cold venom also lead to the soul movement of martial arts. He was only doing it because she had to survive. After that, it was unclear what he was going to do, but he bit his fingers and was apparently going to draw something on her body. As it was, the guy had drawn a symbol on her body between her breasts with his blood, which was supposed to help contain the effects of the poison. Fortunately, her 9-yang body allowed this blood amulet to temporarily contain the cold poison, giving her a chance to recover. At this moment, Chu Xin Chen noticed that the girl had woken up. She called him a pervert again and told him to fuck off. Chu Xin Chen couldn't stand it and shouted for her to stop. He was more frightened and hurt than the girl herself. She couldn't understand what it all meant. He began to explain to her that he had not meant to remove her clothes, but had acted to save her. He saved her life and she kicked him, after which she demanded that he apologize for what happened. He repeated that he had saved her, at which point she began to apologize after all. Then the girl realized the whole situation and thanked him for saving her. She said that he didn't cry and that he was a hero, whereupon Chu Xin Chen replied that the best defense is offense. He's not going to take responsibility for looking at her body, and he doesn't think she should charge him anything. The girl couldn't understand what had just happened. He was a good man who didn't want to bother her, and decided to walk her down the path so she could leave safely. At this point, people started asking him about his condition. Let him act, because his actions will determine whether they have a grandchild. Chu Xin Chen, of course, did not expect this turn of events and was not happy with what was happening. He said she shouldn't pay any attention to them, and suggested she get out of here. At this point, he literally started climbing through the window. At this moment, he felt a very powerful soul aura and couldn't understand who exactly was emitting it. Everyone else, of course, felt this aura as well. At that moment, some man shouted that they had visitors. His granddaughter Mo ran away, disturbing them, and he would like to apologize for her actions and ask them to let her go to avoid further problems. If they didn't, he would raze their into the ground, which became a threat to them and their property. The girl immediately recognized her grandfather. The Jia family, one of the four families of Jia Len, Imperial City, has a deep heritage and is considered the strongest of all four families. This family has been around for over 100 years and is considered the most powerful, making it an important player in political spheres. The head of the family, Zhu Zhenchuan, is a peak martial emperor, and only a few people in the royal court can rival him. Crossing Chen said that it was a big problem. Yishan Nan, the teacher, didn't come back to inform Grandpa, so Grandpa and 3 other battle kings of their family came. The girl said, "He's not a bad man, so let him run away first, since she's afraid her grandfather will kill him later." Crossing Chen asked if it was really going to be like this, because he just didn't believe in what was happening and didn't understand how things would work out. He was sure he just didn't have the strength to handle everything. The woman said the old people were counting on the hotel, like they just lost the game. Let them go downstairs. At this point, the man and his partners continued to look at the hotel. He was told that, as he sees it, there is no answer. At this point he started to act decisively and said they were coming. At that moment one of the men jumped out and instantly restrained him. They clearly didn't expect this and couldn't imagine it happening like this. Right behind him, some unknown object began to form. Then, 2 magical beams formed straight out of the sky to the side. The man said they were petty kings. He really handled them with ease. He believed he knew no limits to his strength. The man was shocked, not understanding how this was possible, and asked who he was. He asked who he was. He then asked why he would tell this to a dead man. The man clearly did not expect this response and was surprised as his reaction was not what he had expected. Then the girl appeared in front of them, and he told him not to kill him. The woman asked what the mother of her grandchildren was doing here. Everyone realized what she was talking about. At that moment, some dust appeared. The man was then bound with magical thread. Crossing Chen apologized to Grandpa Tianzi. He yelled at the girl to take her family and run. The girl immediately heard and took note of it. Of course, after that, the main character was waiting for a reprimand or something even worse. He realized that he was badly out of luck. He originally watched the performance, but the girl said that the difference in strength was too great and Grandpa would be killed. She asked him to save her grandfather. At that moment, he received a request from the system, or rather from a girl, asking him to complete a task and rescue his grandfather. Crossing Chen said that her grandfather was his grandfather and he needed to save the girl, though she didn't understand why he was acting like this. And now, as it all turned out for him, it was clear that the situation had turned out differently, and he had expected. He blamed the whole system for what happened. The woman asked why he let them go. When she started to change her facial expression, the man told her not to scare the child. This time he overreached, believing that if he descended without their protection, the local mountains would be left exposed to his weak strength. Crossing Chen didn't even know how to react to this information. He asked the system if he could improve his morale now that he had all the materials he needed and wanted to improve it. That woman and her demeanor didn't fit together, and both not getting much use, he let her go. At this moment, Crossing Chen said that his fighting spirit seemed to have become stronger. At this point, he really began to feel an improvement in his condition, which was noticeable even to those around him. Everyone was quite surprised by this performance. He was congratulated for successfully improving his martial spirit, which had now reached a 3-digit level and evolved to the Zhuan level. At this moment, everyone noticed that his spirit had actually improved. In all their years, they had never seen a martial spirit that could develop on its own. If a martial spirit could develop on its own, it would have a great future. The man said it was obvious he was his grandson. Crossing Chen noted that it was a successful distraction, but the woman kept asking why he let them go. Crossing Chen still remained silent and didn't know what to answer. He had to kneel for a long time for that. The system told him not to get upset. After that he won the girl's heart, but he didn't need her heart. However, the Jia family was very powerful, so he should avoid them when he would be out of the mountain, so that he wouldn't encounter their influence. The old men were very reticent to let them go, for they were afraid of him. All 3 brothers were cursed when they were affected by this ancient poison. It was a very ancient poison with special spell conditions and removal methods that were determined by the caster himself. Although he was saved through luck, it was disgraceful as his strength was insufficient. The one who attacked them was probably above the martial king level. This is what old people looked like when they were young. That's what they look like now, kind of like they haven't changed much. Yishan couldn't believe that a person above a martial arts king really existed. Wasn't that a martial arts emperor? The emperor of martial arts appeared in China almost 100 years ago, and many great powers fought to destroy him. The old man's fighting spirit revealed that he was familiar with the man from the Qianji pavilion that existed 100 years ago. His brother cannot be named, and it was said of him that he must be dead, which added to the mystique of his past. The origin of these people is a mystery, and possibly related to the poison spell. It will not be discussed with the others, but he will discuss it with majesty upon his return. The girl said that there was a young man who had just awakened his fighting spirit, which could be a starting point. Have him watch the area around the mountain. The girl at this point looked at him thoughtfully. At this moment on Daluo Mountain, nature was playing its part. Chu Xin Chen was meditating right under the open sky. He was very cold at this point, which added to the difficulty of his training and meditation. Learning that his fighting spirit could be improved, the old men began to train him as a gladiator. Their strength was decreasing every year and his training was necessary. He hasn't worked this hard since he came to this world, but his strength is growing rapidly and he is one step away from becoming a martial arts master. Chu Xin Chen said he came back because he was freezing hard. He then asked why they were all here. As it seemed they were discussing he would be coming down today. Chu Xin Chen was surprised by this information as it was unexpected and surprising to him. He asked if he shouldn't have waited until he reached martial arts master status before descending the mountain, as the training was insufficient. Have him go back and pack his things. There are many high-level demonic beasts in the mountains and it's dangerous to go out alone. The further the old men are from the inn, the less they can safely escort him, so he's just being beamed up. Actually, this process has begun. Chu Xin Chen couldn't understand why it looked like a cult ritual. They'll take him straight to Jialan City. Once down the mountain, he would need to find the 6 broken seal stones. That as far as he knows, one of these stones was collected by the royal family, so he's released to the imperial city. The clues to finding the others are in this ring, and the gift from them are 6 items he must accept. He has to be careful that no one finds out about his background. The teleportation array won't last long. He'll leave the unsealing to himself, confident he won't let them down. Chu Xin Chen confirmed that he wouldn't let them down. He told them to wait for his return and called them glasses. With smiles on their faces, they took no offense at what he called them and escorted him on his way. After a while, they teleported him completely and he found himself in a new place. At this point, the man began coughing up blood. He reported that he was fine. It was just that the teleportation array was consuming too much power. Only a martial emperor could open teleportation with the power of the seal, and fortunately, Chu Xin Chen had awakened in time. When he thought about the fact that he was the last one left at the martial emperor level, he felt relieved. The man asked if he would return safely and wanted him to break the seal and save them. The man told him not to worry as their woe was smart and cunning. Now, on New Year's Eve, he was supposed to be enjoying the fireworks in the imperial city, but he was attracted to some women. At this point he found himself surrounded by women. Why he just sits there and doesn't realize what he's doing. Chu Xin Chen couldn't figure out where he was at the moment. As a dedicated programmer, he has not experienced love. 18 years of farm labor had changed his desires, and now he felt not quite in his place in this new world. Even if such strange things happen, he must act like a true monk, remaining calm and self-controlled. But now the situation was completely different, with all the girls surrounding him, which created an uncomfortable feeling. Chu Xin Chen thought that he was still too young and that he needed more time to adapt. The system was telling him to take all the girls in his circle. Chu Xin Chen, upon hearing this, immediately started running away from the girls. The girls started telling him to wait. In the end, Xin Chen just hid from the girls. The system labeled him weak for not being able to handle sexual harassment. He wondered why his grandfather didn't transport him to the imperial city. Instead, he ended up in some strange place. Sending his grandson to such a place was a mistake on the old man's part, and it caused him some doubt. At this moment, Chu Xin Chen heard a familiar voice, which caught his attention. He saw that there was some man in the other room. It was the same man who had come with the girl, and Chu Xin Chen remembered that Mo Dai had called him Dao Law. Some guy informed the man that he had been tracking the remaining foxes for a long time, and was sure that this animal was hiding in the building. The fox has a knack for shape-shifting and trickery, and tracking it was difficult, so the guy asked the man to help in the search. The beautiful foxes have lived in western China for about 1,000 years and have a beautiful coat that makes them hard to spot. Chu Xin Chen didn't understand who this mysterious vixen was and why she was so interesting to the people around him. The beautiful foxes that lived in western China were known for their beautiful furs. The system thought they were long extinct. Chu Xin Chen remembered that his grandmother was also a fox. He wasn't sure, but he remembered that when Grandma drank too much on New Year's Eve, she showed her true colors. He didn't know where the old men came from, although they had lived together for 18 years and rarely talked about their past. Crossing Chen noticed that someone was approaching. At that moment he heard the girl's voice. He realized it was her, and the world seemed too small. He couldn't understand how it had all happened or why everything was familiar, and he tried to find a way to hide his face. His teacher introduced him to the best students, and there were too many people in the restaurant, so he asked them to help him find the girl. He decided to start searching. At that moment, the man noticed something and realized that they were not alone in the room. After that, the teacher immediately cut the wall behind, which Crossing Chen was currently behind. Crossing Chen did not expect this and was unable to react quickly. At this moment, he just stood still and didn't even look away. The teacher decided to start with this little eavesdropping thief. Crossing Chen realized that he had made a mistake and had been discovered. They all couldn't figure out what was going on here. Let him stop fighting, or the House of Spring Hammates is about to collapse under the strain. The teacher said that if he had the courage to eavesdrop, why didn't he have the courage to fight? Crossing Chen told the system that he wanted to use bluffing to gain an advantage in battle. Bluff was used during the battle with the Black Dragon. It is currently going into recharge mode for 10 years. The recharge time decreases as the level increases, so let him work on himself and don't worry. Crossing Chen was going to use the Immortals step technique. The man immediately noticed that Crossing Chen was using the Immortals step technique and sprang into action. Crossing Chen thought that this was the best way to escape passed down to him by his aunt, although it wasn't exactly true. But at that moment, the man was already very close to the guy, ready to attack him. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, all techniques seem ineffective. At this point, the man instantly attacked the guy without giving him a chance to defend or counterattack. Crossing Chen immediately started coughing up blood, and at this moment, he landed on some person. There was no need to be so careless when you had a martial arts king against you. Fortunately, he had internalized Kong Yan's body technique. At that moment, he saw that he had landed right on some girl, which surprised him greatly. At this point, he was ready to ask who this girl was. The girl remained silent and just kept looking at the guy, showing no emotion. Everyone realized it was the very fox they had been looking for and trying to catch. The girl instantly started running away from them, which was strange since she had acted differently before. The man said they needed to catch both, let the girl go after the thief and he would handle the rest. Of course, she didn't argue with her teacher and immediately went to follow the guy. Crossing Chen couldn't understand why she was chasing after them if her target was a fox. Crossing Chen was given a strength enhancement task and had to collect an item, the blood of a fox, even though it hadn't been said before. The jobs are randomly generated, and sooner or later the system may kill him for mistakes. Crossing Chen realized that he had to get rid of the stalker first to make his task easier. At this point, he was able to use his deceptive maneuvers and managed to escape from his pursuer. He didn't stand a chance against them, let alone escape. He was given an enchi pill that could change his body, which was enough to temporarily refresh him. The pill was supposed to turn him into an old man so he could hide and defend himself from his enemies. At this moment, Crossing Chen felt unbearable pain from the changes happening to his body. He realized he needed to change quickly. At that moment, the girl broke down the door with her foot, trying to find and grab the protagonist as quickly as possible. She shouted for him to come out, calling him a sneaky rat and demanding his immediate appearance. He wouldn't be able to make a quick run anyway, as his current state was far from ideal. She finally saw the girl in front of her, which surprised her and made it harder for her to find her. Crossing Chen had actually turned into a girl, which shocked and confused the people around him. Mo Dai clearly didn't expect this turn of events and was surprised to see the girl in front of her. The situation was close to being exposed, but he dressed quickly and the girl was unable to expose him. The girl was confused and didn't know how to react to the unexpected appearance of the main character. She asked the girl, guy, if she had seen the man in blue who had just disappeared. Crossing Chen noticed that his voice had changed and now sounded different than usual. She apologized and said goodbye, hoping the heroine would leave. He was going to pretend to be a god king and mingle with their group to collect fox blood and avoid suspicion. At this moment, Crossing Chen had come up with a plan after all. He asked the girl if she was a student of the Divine Moon Academy named Mo Dai, as he suspected. The girl couldn't understand how he knew that and asked if they had ever seen each other before. The guy confirmed this and asked for her help, explaining that he was in a difficult situation. She was also a student at the Divine Moon Academy, and she was kidnapped when she was coming home for New Year's Eve, locked up, and had her voice messed up. She was lucky enough to meet him here and he offered to help her get out. How someone could kidnap a student of the Divine Moon Academy, and now the atrocity must be dealt with. Let her stand up and not sit idle by, as her name is called. The guy came up with the idea that her name was Chu Chi, at which point the system informed him that he was disgusting. At this point something was seen that caught his attention, but it wasn't clear what it was. The teacher had caught up with the sinful vixen, after all, and now he had to deal with her and her behavior. He asked if she was still alive to see what her next steps were. At this point, the girl lay there and remained silent, not answering his questions or being active. Let them first bind her and then take her to the Valley of Repentance. Mo Dai expressed surprise at how quickly he caught the demon and marveled at his skills. She said the student was incompetent, and the smell of the thief suddenly disappeared, leading to the omission. The man didn't blame her for it. Though it was a little thief, he was only a master of the arts. He then asked who was the girl who was next to Mo Dai and was in her surroundings. She started to tell me that she is also a student of the academy. She was kidnapped by criminals, and she happened to see Mo Dai. Someone dared to lay a hand on someone from the Divine Moon Academy, which was unacceptable. Have her take her with him, and he'll inform the academy so they know what happened. He suggested we just get out of here and don't linger. At this point, the fox was put on a collar with chains, which looked like an act of violence. Mo Dai clearly didn't like this act of violence, judging from her facial expression. Let her stay here, but her change of clothes will be provided, and in the morning, the master will send them back to the Divine Moon Academy. The girl, asked if she would be taken back to the academy and what would happen to her next. She will accompany the vixen and need not worry, as he will provide protection for her. But she doesn't want to leave her as she is afraid of men and prefers to stay close to them. If he returned to the academy, he would be exposed, and he would need to accompany her with the others. The girl said she still had to escort, and would fulfill her duty to the end. She then added that she would take her home the next day. Crossing Chen, that is, the girl, thanked her for this act. At this moment, the expression on the protagonist's face changed dramatically, and it became unclear what exactly was bothering him. She said it was getting late, and it was time for them to get some rest to be ready for tomorrow. The main thing is to remove all items and leave no clutter. At that moment, he noticed the girl start to change her clothes right in front of him. Of course, he couldn't understand what was going on, and was frightened by the girl's unexpected and unaccustomed behavior. The girl asked what was wrong and explained that the spare room hadn't been booked, so she could stay at her place. She said she was fine and that she was going to go wash up to get ready for her vacation. He just looks like a woman, even though he has all the parts of a man, which was very confusing. Crossing Chen couldn't understand why his life had turned out to be so complicated and unaccustomed. But why worrying if he can't change anything? Nothing she could do would be able to disrupt his plans. At this point, she asked if Ta could sleep soundly. She said that Ta scared her to death and asked why she was so nervous. She thought about the vixen, who looks like a little girl and doesn't look like she's done anything wrong. The girl asked if she felt sorry for the fox and wanted to know how she felt about it. Let her not sympathize with the vixen, as the vixen often pretends to be weak and uses her beauty to manipulate. May she not be led by the appearance of a fox and be so kind. No need to think about it too much. She has a long journey tomorrow, so let her go to bed and rest. After that, the girl instantly fell asleep as soon as Crossing Chen used the drowsiness powder on her. This was because Crossing Chen had used the drowsiness powder, which was quite effective. The powder worked, and she would sleep for a long time, given her level of sensitivity to such substances. He defiantly wished her good night, so that her sleep would be restful and uninterrupted. After that, it was time for Crossing Chen to fulfill his tasks that he had planned for this night. Crossing Chen decided to use the drowsiness powder again to subdue the next person on his list. This time he used it on Ishan, so that he would fall asleep and couldn't interfere with his plans. Crossing Chen then jumped off the roof as soon as the guy fell asleep to hide and avoid detection. Crossing Chen couldn't understand what was the point of keeping him at the entrance if one could just walk inside. He then looked inside to assess the situation and see what was going on in the middle of the building. The demon binding formation was not surprising, so the defense was considerably weak and easily overcome. This information made him suffer and brought pain because he sensed her plight. He apologized to her as she had some blood on her and it was an accidental result of the conflict. At this point the girl actually woke up, realizing what was happening and finding that she was conscious. She then instantly grabbed the hero's hand, showing her activity and willingness to interact. Of course, Chu Xin Chen did not expect this turn of events and did not understand how this could have happened. The girl asked the protagonist to help her, hoping he could get her out. Chu Xin Chen didn't even know how he would handle this situation. She said she couldn't go in there, but asked me to do everything I could to get her out. Chu Xin Chen immediately gagged her so that she wouldn't talk too loudly and attract attention. The system informed him that he had received a request from a female character and offered to complete a quest to rescue the vixen and include her in the harem. As a great dragon can do without a harem, and she has not only large breasts, but also an aesthetically pleasing body that he would prefer. If he refuses, he will be electrocuted for the day, which is a serious punishment for not completing the task. After that, Chu Xin Chen fell on his knees in front of the girl, preparing to say something and show his respect. Then he put his hand on her shoulder and was ready to say something important. He helps people because it amuses him. In the case of the system, it will sooner or later lie beneath him. Her name is Rushi, and she was on the run. She was safe in the crowd, but when she was hit by a man, she was discovered and was in danger. When she fully woke up, the girl who didn't look very smart but wasn't part of the academy couldn't help her escape. Was she normal if she failed to properly assess the situation and help in a time of need? After being told she was going to be rescued, she thought it was over and she might not live much longer. If she wants to be saved, the genetic information must be removed. But hiding from the eyes of the martial arts king is difficult. It was the only way out of the situation. At this moment, Chu Xin Chen summoned a battle doll that could fight, but its use was limited. Grandpa created a battle doll that could fight strong opponents, but the energy consumption was huge. It was the best soul crystal that the crystal mine could produce up to 5 pieces a year, and he couldn't give it away. After all, Xin Chen had given that crystal to the doll. The doll must be at the level of a battle king to pull it off. At that moment, a huge hand began to actually remove all the chains and obstacles that were interfering with their plans. Chu Xin Chen said that they should leave while they have the chance. Just then he noticed something on the street that caught his attention. It was a man who didn't understand what was going on in the building and was concerned about the formation collapsing. He asked to destroy the formation to find out what happened and who might have been behind it. Chu Xin Chen realized that they had been spotted and now needed to act quickly to avoid detection. Chu Xin Chen told the girl to hold on to the doll and he would get her out of here to safety first. At this point, the doll went very fast and far upward. The girl hadn't expected such a quick turn of events, but unfortunately, the man was much taller and noticed this doll. He immediately started attacking the doll. After that, Chu Xin Chen only had to watch as the man destroyed his doll. Chu Xin Chen, of course, realized that things were bad. At this moment, the man continued to fight with the doll, who was holding on quite confidently despite everything. The doll held up well, as it was at the same level of strength as the man. The man only smiled caustically, as if he felt no fatigue from the current battle. Without stopping for a second, he began to attack the fox, apparently determined not to give it a chance. Chu Xin Chen noticed this and realized that they urgently needed to avoid further collision. At this point, the doll began to run away from the man as fast as possible. However, the man decided to use chains. Afterward, he verbally told him not to leave. Then a huge sword appeared right above the doll. Chu Xin Chen realized that he had to do something quickly or else it would end in a complete disaster. At this point, the man was already ready to attack the fox along with the doll. Chu Xin Chen realized what the king's true strength was and how dangerous his attacks were in this fight. This was followed by a tremendous explosion on the battlefield that shocked everyone present. The girl instantly recoiled and felt unbearable pain. Chu Xin Chen immediately noticed this and felt sorry for her. At this point, the vixen continued to fall with the doll. Then all the people started asking the main character, that is the girl, what happened and who came to release the court. The man said there was no need to panic, as she happened to be here and someone had broken his array. He didn't think anyone would want to save her in her condition. The girl's condition was very bad. The man said it was a pity she had not been sent to the Valley of Repentance, and that he could do nothing more to help. The golem might have been the puppeteer of the Misty Flower Pavilion, but its origins remained a mystery. This bizarre puppet didn't look like the work of the Misty Flower Pavilion, but rather the work of a genius puppeteer from a century ago. The man said it wasn't something to sort out now, they needed to get her to safety first. At this moment, the doll instantly began to attack the man. The impact was so strong that he punched through 3 walls with his body. The trace of his body still hung in the air for a long time. Everyone was very surprised. Then they saw that the doll was looking directly at them. However, the doll didn't choose to waste time on them and just started running away from them. They only had time to shout something to the master, trying to get his attention and inform him of what was happening. The main character, that is, the girl, started saying that they were being attacked again, and let the brothers go help the master. Let her stay here and they will come back later to deal with the current situation and provide assistance. At this point, he became violently ill and fell to his knees, feeling very physically ill. He just leveled up and is running a battle puppet, and it's making him a little dizzy. He was already losing blood and consuming a lot of spiritual energy, forcing himself to control the puppet despite the difficulties. Chu Xin Chen realized that he needed to save the girl first before doing other things. He leaned closer to her to hear what she was saying and tried to understand her condition. He didn't know what to do since he didn't have an elixir for the demonic beast and she might die. The system recommended a blood contract that would make the demonic beast survivable, and that would help her return. Chu Xin Chen decided to try and make this contract, and in order to do so, he needed to use his blood again. He began to make a contract with the girl, hoping it would help her survive and get back to a normal life. He also wanted to ask this girl about her aunt. At this moment, the contract seemed to have already been finalized, and Chu Xin Chen only had to wait for the result. However, the process was not yet complete, and Chu Xin Chen continued to finalize the contract to ensure success. At this moment, the girl began to glow with a bright radiance. Chu Xin Chen then finished the contracting process after all and began to crawl back to recover. The contract was consuming a lot of energy and he didn't have a chance to run away quickly with the girl, or respite was needed. He was left with only one option, and that was the golem. This was the last spiritual power that Chu Xin Chen would spend to get her out of here. Chu Xin Chen will use up all his strength. At this moment, Chu Xin Chen woke up and found himself in a room, not realizing how he got here. He stood up very abruptly, and his facial expression immediately showed that he was shocked. He was very surprised to find himself in the room, and didn't understand how or why he was here. The girl brought food, and had brought food as early as last night, when she saw him passed out in the yard. Master Da had destroyed part of the puppet, and although he was injured, they were still discussing the incident, and should return to the academy. It will soon be time to return, as the annual admissions committee meeting is coming up in a few days, which he needs help getting to. This is a long-lasting college event in an immortal world that brings together all the major universities and activities for high school students. He was already planning to get there through the competition, but he'd seen her last night before he'd passed out, and she should have known he'd rescued her in the woods. He didn't know why she wasn't saying anything, seeing him, or hiding her thoughts, but he still had to get out of here soon. The protagonist was surprised that she kept looking at him, and it made him extra anxious. He couldn't figure out what was going on or what to expect from the current situation, which added to the uncertainty. His body ached badly, and he speculated that the girl might have poisoned him. The pill had already started to take effect, and he realized that he would soon be back to the state he was in before the incident. Chu Xin Chen said that he suddenly developed a fever and felt the need to get rid of it. He thought perhaps his temperature had reached 100 and, burning himself, asked the girl to leave so he could rest. He was glad he could kick the girl out of the room to get some privacy and rest. He was indeed very hot and needed rest for his condition to improve. He needed to get out of this place as quickly as possible to avoid suspicion and stay out of trouble. The girl asked him if she was sure she didn't need her help, and was willing to help if needed. At that moment, she heard some sort of cough that made her think about the current situation. The moment this happened, Chu Xin Chen had already returned to the state of a guy and was no longer in the form of a girl. After that, the door slammed shut again, and the girl was left confused, not realizing what had happened. The girl rubbed her eyes, not believing what she had just seen, and tried to comprehend what had happened. She opened the door again and saw a naked guy quickly running out the window, which shocked her. She closed the door again at this point, so as not to subject herself and her senses to additional anxiety. She was very surprised at what she had just seen, and couldn't believe what was happening. At this moment, Chu Xin Chen, while naked, was running across the rooftops, trying to escape and find shelter. He told the girl not to come in, and that he needed to find the fox first to solve the current problems. According to the girl, the fox was in the mountains and this was important for further action. A lone fox was running through a field and had no idea that she might be caught or harmed. At that moment, someone grabbed her. She is told that she is in danger again and must go into hiding to avoid trouble with her pursuers. People are coming again, and she needs to hide to avoid attention and protect herself from possible danger. May she hide well from people to stay safe and out of the hands of her enemies. At this point, the girl woke up and realized that her condition required attention and understanding. It was clear that this was her nightmare and she was worried that either someone important had been taken or killed. She couldn't realize where she was and remembered being hit by the old man until her sister brought her back with a blood contract. Became faithful. She didn't look smart, but she was good and gentle, and the future should reward her for her kindness. At this point she was told that she was awake, and this was the beginning of her recovery and return to normalcy. She woke up right after the war poppy was removed and quickly began to recover from what had happened. It was Chu Xin Chen already in the guise of a guy, and he asked how she was feeling after what had happened. At that moment, he was immediately hit right in the face, which was unexpected and shocking to him. He didn't expect such a blow and didn't have time to react properly. She couldn't understand why she was suddenly acting like this and said she remembered him and the situation. She remembered him as the man who got her caught, and it made her feel negative. Chu Xin Chen asked why she thought he was guilty since he had saved her, and tried to understand her reaction. The girl was sure that the rescue was because of her sweet and silly sister, not because of him. Chu Xin Chen said it was him and advised the girl not to buy into the deception and stay away from him. Chu Xin Chen decided to demonstrate this to the girl so that she would believe his words and see the truth. He drank what he had gotten and told her to watch closely to see what would happen. His nose began to bleed, and he asked her to watch what he could really be like. If she still didn't believe him, she could test it again with a blood contract. The girl was surprised to see that the man in front of her was actually a man and not a woman, as she had thought. All the girl she knew was actually a man, which shocked her to the core. She called him a perverted transvestite and a fool who played with feelings and love, which was extremely hurtful. Let him give her back to her gentle older sister and be a disgusting, smelly man himself. Chu Xin Chen asked her if she liked women, a question that made her displeased and tense. The girl was silent after that, but said it was none of his business and he shouldn't be interested in her preferences. She showed no manners, even though he saved her, and didn't even say thank you, instead hitting him and starting to yell. She, in her opinion, deserves to be sent to the Valley of Repentance for her behavior and lack of gratitude. He felt guilty for saving her, and it bothered him a lot, even though he really shouldn't feel guilty. At this point, the girl nearly burst into tears, realizing that her behavior was wrong and unfair. The system told him she was a girl and he was talking too much, advising him to say something more gentle to coax her out. Chu Xin Chen himself cried at this moment, showing how much he was hurt by her words and actions. He started saying that she was yelling like it was his fault, and he was hurt that she was calling him names like that, even though he only wanted to help. She really hadn't expected this turn of events and couldn't believe he could act like this. Chu Xin Chen then started pretending to cry, which made the girl immediately repent and start apologizing to him. She too gave in to her emotions, realizing that his tears and complaints were genuine, and agreed that she shouldn't have acted that way. The girl admitted she had been rude and asked him to stop crying. Chu Xin Chen agreed to her request and stopped crying, realizing that this was a necessary step for reconciliation. She had just realized that she had been defeated by the fact that he had been able to use his tears and weakness to get her consent. It wasn't easy, and Chu Xin Chen decided that now he needed to get down to business and resolve the current issues. He then asked what her future plans were to see how she saw her future and what her intentions were. First of all, his name is Chu Xin Chen, and he wants to enter the Divine Moon Academy through the admissions process. He wants her to be with him and help him through the blood contract, as he needs her power and he will hide her identity and protect her. The girl smiled at hearing that he would protect her. She, like a beautiful fox, thought that if he took her with him, she could expect her to take revenge on him in return. He asked if she would do that whether it was good or bad people and that he wouldn't blame her for her actions. They'll have plenty of time to get to know each other and figure out who they really are, and he'll be judging her actions, not rumors. If she wants to do it, let her do it, but the girl changed her mind at this point and decided that she would go with him, which was an unexpected decision. Either way, she had nowhere else to go, and she made the decision that it was best to stay with him. Despite her initial doubts, Chu Chen was interested in what her request was and wanted to know what she wanted from him. She asked that he remain in the character of his sister, which was unexpected and required further explanation. Fox was obviously cunning, and she thought he might be transgender. Chu Chen started blaming the system, thinking it was a horrible robot that wasn't helping him in his current situation. The system replied that it was designed to help, and explained that its job was to keep him in this world. Before she became a system, she was a human and her world was somehow shattered, leading to her current state. Someone found her and made a contract with her, after which her memory was partially erased and she forgot her own name. She remembered that she needed to get back to someone important and was willing to do anything to get back to that person. Her desire to return to this important man was great and she was willing to do anything to be with him again. It's a shame they met and she's in such a state now that she can't fully help him. Her help was weak, but that wasn't her problem, and she continued to fulfill her role to the best of her ability. Normally, the system would connect to the heavenly path to enhance heroes' auras and provide system rewards, but in this world, it was different. The system had been here a long time and had no sense of the celestial path, which made her job difficult, and she wondered about the rule of the world. He has reported it and should have answers soon, continuing to try to become the strongest without much reward. His world had fallen, and he continued to be assistant despite the hardships, still looking for ways to improve his situation. Chu Chen said he would complete his mission as soon as possible to return home and fix the current problems. Gotta go free the fox. I'm not going to work on this alone and I'll manage on my own. At this moment, the person who was watching him abruptly disappeared and left no trace. Then a frog approached the guy and he noticed its presence, which was unexpected. He asked where she had just gone and where Chu's sister was. She replied that she wanted to go home first and sent her out of town. Her safety was assured and it didn't matter because she provided protection, which was important. She was very kind to her sister and liked the way she treated her. A few days later, the royal city of Kalen came alive and became a center of celebration and merriment with a joyous atmosphere. There were acrobats performing in the streets, people were cheerful, and the atmosphere itself was full of festivity and fun. Chu Chen told the girl to look at the acrobats who were performing on the streets of the city, which caught her attention. It was his first visit to the city, and he didn't understand why she was dressed so revealingly in such a place. She was used to it and didn't feel safe showing her face in places like this for fear of being recognized. He offered her a special remedy that would change her appearance a bit so she wouldn't be afraid and could feel at ease. Chu Chen asked if she had forgotten what he had said and reminded her of the importance of his words and support. Even if someone discovered her, she would still remain under the protection of blood and he would become stronger to protect her, which he emphasized. From now on, she can walk the earth with her head held high, knowing she has protection and support. The girl said she didn't need protection from such a man. At this point, they didn't notice the registration at the counter, which was important for their future actions and participation in the event. Chu Chen walked up to the counter and said that they wanted to check in, which was a necessary step for further action. He was surprised that he just had to fill out a form to register, which seemed surprisingly simple. The entrance requirements were as follows: martial artist and above, Xuan martial spirit level and above, which matched their level. If they filled out the questionnaire, let them come in, which gave them the opportunity to continue participating in the exam. Chu Chen was unsure, but he still entered the portal, which was a step towards accomplishing his goals. He was very surprised at what he saw around him, which was a sudden and unexpected change of scenery. Then they started to pass on and there were so many people around, which created a sense of crowdedness and tension. Chu Chen really didn't expect to see so many people, which was new and unexpected to him. This place was the equivalent of his exam topic, where a battle zone was randomly selected and the conditions were harsh. All candidates were required to be quiet so as not to disturb or distract other participants. There were many applications today, and candidates had to prepare as the exams were starting very soon. The instructor from Divine Moon Academy announced the basic rules of the exam, which was important for all the participants. Food and pills were not allowed in the mystery area, and all prohibited items will not be returned after the exam. The longer they stay in the secret location, the more points they would get, and surviving for 7 days was considered a pass. The spirit would choose a secret location, and candidates could receive additional information and bonuses, as well as face different challenges. If their lives were threatened, the spirit would preserve their lives, pick them up and move them from the secret place, which was a guarantee of safety. Someone heard that the secret world was very difficult this year. If they were sent to the same secret area, he hoped they would take care of themselves and be able to cope. The girl found out that this guy's name was Shai Zuo Wu, and he was a famous person in their country. He was the second son of the Shai family, one of the four great families of their country, which raised his status and prestige. He was a very famous man, as he formed a solid sword known as the Sword of Light upon awakening his soul power. Soul power concentrated into a solid state was the attainment of a certain level of strength. You can't judge a genius by rumors. He was now a 4-star martial artist and a candidate this year, which emphasized his level. The system said it was nothing and that he was the strongest and should take the lead and break historical records. Let him complete the task, take the initiative and break the survival records in the secret place since he was a dragon warrior. Crossing Chen knew that would be the case, so he asked what the record was and learned that the record was 17 days. Crossing Chen asked the system to ensure that the exam would go smoothly in the secret realm, where time flowed faster to avoid delays. The girl asked if they would be discovered in a secret location if her identity became known, and Crossing Chen replied that it would be fine. At that moment, they took each other's hands to go together, which strengthened their resolve. The man was about to announce something, and his words were important to further developments. 100 years ago, at the end of the Dharma era, evil spirits invaded and cultivation was on the verge of destruction. But the ancestors persevered. These secret places have remained as they were at the time of the disaster, and hopefully, it will continue the will of the ancestors and break through. So the man was ready to begin the contest. He prepared and started the exam, which signaled the start of the test. All the secret places began to fill up with people, which was obvious and eye-catching. At this point, the girl woke up and was very surprised at what was happening around her. She was very much surprised by something that was unexpected and strange to her. They got a little lost and separated, though they held on to each other, which was unsettling. People said they should be in the crypt, the still water, but the girl had heard that the candidates should be moved to another part. But everyone was separated, and only they got in, which created more difficulties for their survival. She noticed the girl and saw that she looked a little weak and asked if she was okay. She offered the girl to survive together, which was a show of her kindness and caring. The girl was very scared and couldn't understand why she ran into them and where Crossing Chen was. At this moment, Crossing Chen stood with his pants down and didn't understand what had happened. He had the girl's hair in his hand. She actually took his belt, which was unexpected and strange to him. At that moment, he was attacked by some goblin from behind, which came as a surprise to the protagonist. Crossing Chen clearly sensed the attack and attacked the goblin from behind himself, which was masterfully executed. He really masterfully embarrassed the main character, which emphasized his skills. At this moment, Crossing Chen was watching what was happening. He asked what the attack was and why it was so weak, which was strange and frustrating. This place was called the Black Land, a magical swamp where the fog was poisonous, but he was completely immune. Perhaps the rules had been changed, and he had first decided to check the area for danger and find food to survive. The system couldn't understand what was going on or what Crossing Chen was doing. Crossing Chen said that the land was very fertile and better than the mountains. He had never seen such good land and wanted to farm, which was unexpected for him. Crossing Chen said that everything would be fine, as the seeds and fertilizer with spiritual power would quickly bear fruit, that he needed to pass the exam, not farming, which was his main goal. At this point, the girl found some mushrooms that could help them survive. She foraged for mushrooms with Shai Zuo Wu, their joint efforts and cooperation. The girl approached him and asked him how their digging was going. He was different from what she had imagined him to be. She expected to see a proud guy, but he turned out to be very talkative and attentive to his sister named Shui Xiaoping. The farther they traveled in the misty plain, the less food was around, so they picked more mushrooms, Some guy asked how much loot they had gotten, which was important for their next move. There were few mushrooms and he offered to follow him as he knew where to find food, which was helpful advice. Then they all went after this guy together, which was necessary to find food. The girl couldn't figure out where he was leading them. At this point she stepped in some feces, which was unpleasant and unexpected. Lifting her foot to see what it was, she immediately changed her expression, which was telling. The girl noticed that a lot of feces was on the floor, which added to her discomfort. The girl then asked the guy where he had brought them. It was a trap to get them out of the exams in return for something that came as a clear and unpleasant surprise. The girl realized that this was the lair of the swamp demons, but after the exam, she couldn't understand where he got so much courage from. The guy was so popular that they wanted to attack him, which was a manifestation of envy and rivalry. He was prepared for such a trap, knowing that envy and competition always accompany famous personalities. He was ready to say something, but at that moment, he was instantly attacked, which interrupted his words. He was furious, as he wanted to finish his sentence, which emphasized his anger and frustration. This is the light of the sword, which was the manifestation of his strength and fury in the situation. The swamp demons began to attack without honor, which showed their brutality and unworthy behavior. The girl decided to take matters into her own hands and protect them. Zuowu had clearly reread the books, but he didn't know how to behave in such situations, which was noticeable. In a fight you had to act, not talk, but the guy was doing the opposite, which made their situation more difficult. At this point, Crossing Chen continued to farm and worked hard on his land. You could see from his face that it really gave him great pleasure and joy in his life. He simply pours water into a growing watermelon plantation that he raised himself, so little water is required. There he would make a stream, and began to make plans for what he wanted to do with the cabbage. Crossing Chen told a system that she didn't understand his romance with the cultivation world since he was from a different world altogether. She couldn't understand why he was cutting down a tree, and he explained that he was going to build a house and a fence. He was building a house and going hunting, and the system said she didn't want to help him anymore and wanted to go home. At this moment, some raven, clearly different from the usual, was flying behind the guy. Apparently it was an unusual raven, perhaps a scout on some special mission. The raven then flew to the village of Black Swamp and reported what was happening. It was indeed an unusual raven, namely a goblin with a reconnaissance mission. King asked Crow how things were going in the current situation, waiting for a report on what was going on. He learned that there are 7 human beings who have reached the Misty Plains, most of them isolated and in danger. That was all the news he could find out about the current state of affairs. He thought that the people who had come to dig for treasure in previous years were asking for food and firing cannons, but he hadn't expected a new capable person to show up. Let them forget it as just a group of little guys, but let them take a team of advanced swamp demons and clear the area of humans. After all, their goal was very different, and that required different approaches and actions. At this point, the goblins continued their attack, with no sign of stopping. The girl couldn't understand how the swamp demons knew Zuowu's name since it was her personal spiritual field. This spiritual field of hers was unstable and could only be maintained for a short time. Wasn't this the skill of a great master? This sister was already a great martial artist, but the swamp demons were low level and posed no threat. Let the guy preach morality. He won't do it anymore with evil demons who don't understand warrior virtues. He decided to use his sword to fight his enemies more effectively, which was his plan at this point. After that, their protective dome disappeared, and he began to actively attack the goblins to repel them. His face looked very tense at this moment, despite the strange calmness of the situation. Then he just started spinning around to hit all the goblins at once, creating a powerful weapon around him. He was really spinning hard, as if he was preparing to fly into the stratosphere, creating an impressive effect. The girl told him to leave and not to stay here long to avoid necessary trouble. The guy understood her and decided to do as she asked. Following her instructions, he started walking out of here like she said, wasting no time in delaying. Along the way, he began exterminating everyone who got in his way, leaving his enemies no chance. The girl told the fox to keep up and continued to follow him, staying close to him. She felt that the situation was already too tense and required an immediate response. At this point, they decided to run away to avoid getting into trouble and becoming victims of the situation. The girl told him to finish because he had shown himself to be a hero and did a great job. He was still naked that day, people underestimated him, thinking the swamp demons could destroy him. It was strange how smoothly everything went, and how the swamp demons knew Zuo Wu. Perhaps someone had cooperated with them. At this moment, Crossing Chen had indeed completed the construction of his house, finishing all the necessary work. Then the dwarves came to him and called him a farming man. At this point, he set a mousetrap to get the food he needed to sustain himself. Crossing Chen was happy that he was able to catch a mouse since it was meat for his food. He caught a baby vole and took it home to make a delicious soup that would provide food for him. He told the system not to be sad, for she would understand him someday if she lived on the land and worked all the time. He decided to see how ripe his cabbage was so he could appreciate the results of his labor. At that moment he noticed something that caught his attention and required further consideration. At this moment, the goblins were sitting and just waiting for him without taking any active actions. They asked why he froze, laughed and said he looked scared to death. At this moment, Crossing Chen was furious at the ridicule and provocation from the goblins. They noticed that he cried out of anger. His vegetables they liked as they were beautiful and fresh. Of course, Crossing Chen couldn't stand such insolence and immediately attacked the goblins, leaving them no chance. The blow was so strong that the goblin spun around its axis several times from the powerful impact. He was furious and couldn't understand how the guy dared to commit this insult. He then ordered his brothers to kill the guy immediately to rectify the situation immediately. At this moment, Crossing Chen decided to use his strength to deal with the attacking goblins. He appeared in front of the goblin in a very demonstrative manner, showing his strength and determination to fight. He looked at the goblin with a murderous gaze full of hatred and unyielding determination. He thought it was impossible, as he was just a master and didn't understand why his food was spoiled. Crossing Chen then began to literally trample the goblin into the ground, completely overwhelming its resistance. He demanded answers as to why they had ruined his food, leaving the goblin no way to get away with it. The king of the Black Swamp asked for clemency, claiming that if anyone was to blame, it was himself. The protagonist was not interested in this, because his food had been spoiled, and he was not going to forgive this act. After a while, he finished his work, and the goblin sank completely into the ground, becoming invisible. Crossing Chen quickly dispatched the goblin, leaving no trace of its presence at the battle site. At this point, the system decided to reach out to him to discuss the current state of affairs and the way forward, but he paid no attention to her words at all and activated his golem for the upcoming fights. Crossing Chen told the system that he was going to destroy this king despite all her objections. He was indeed very angry and confident, ready to carry out his plan to the end. After a while, the golem began to completely encompass the protagonist, showing complete submission to his control. There wasn't much time left, and the golem would completely consume the protagonist if it continued. After a while, the protagonist's influence over the golem ended, and his control over the creature waned. He still wanted to kill everyone involved in ruining his vegetable garden and destroying his work. At this time, the other group had already dealt with their opponents, completing their objectives on this front. The number of swamp demons attacking them had increased over the past few days. This was already the 5th wave. And their murderous intentions weren't too strong. Rather, they were intentionally draining their supplies and resources. The guy asked if they had any food left. A few mushrooms were left and he decided to try to hunt. Luckily, she had often gone hungry before, so it wasn't much of a problem for her under the current circumstances. Hiding by treaty, she could go without food and water for a long time, but the swampy plains were even more dangerous. At that moment, the girl felt a pain in her throat. She couldn't understand what was going on. Her soul power was quickly being drained by the contract and the conditions associated with it. Indeed, Crossing Chen used the girl's strength to strengthen his actions and improve his position. As it turned out, he was fighting a goblin at this moment, displaying all his fury and battle determination. There was no limit to his rage, and he spun in his path, tearing the goblins apart and punishing them. He wanted to finally get revenge for what they had done to his vegetable garden and disrupted his peace. This battle was so strong and intense that it could be seen from a great distance. The goblins cursed the human race, expressing their resentment and hatred for the enemy that hindered them. One of the goblins literally bit the protagonist and declared that he would fight him to the end. At this moment, Crossing Chen looked at him with a fierce and unyielding gaze, not forgiving of provocation. Crossing Chen then proceeded to bite that goblin himself and ask if he thought he was the only one who could do that. The goblin started running away from the protagonist in fear, not expecting such aggressive and unexpected behavior. At this moment, some sort of magical orb was approaching the guy, creating a sense of danger and threat, but he easily managed to repel the magic ball, preventing it from reaching its target. The person who launched the ball laughed and said the guy batted it away, demonstrating his agility and skill. He must be at the level of a martial arts master if he can react so quickly to dangers and attacks. He had become an intermediate celestial monster, the equivalent of a 2-star martial artist in his current status. When he wanted to continue his speech, Crossing Chen prevented him from doing so and simply attacked him. The goblin did not expect this turn of events at all and was shocked by the protagonist's sudden and powerful response. He couldn't understand how this could even happen. His speed and strength were astonishing. He assumed that Crossing Chen was a martial arts ancestor with incredible abilities and skills. Crossing Chen asked where the Black Swamp King was to find out where his opponent was and focus his attention. This strike was specifically dedicated to the Black Swamp King to end the conflict and eliminate the enemy. After that, he drove the goblin straight into the stone wall, piercing it with his body all the way through. The blow was so strong that the goblin punched through the wall with his body, leaving a huge hole. Crossing Chen said that this is for his creek and his house, and demands an explanation. He didn't stop attacking and beating the goblin the entire time, leaving him no chance. Even the other goblins looked on in horror as they watched the cruelty of the protagonist. Crossing Chen said he woke up after a few punches and reclined in pain. Let him remember that he made him terribly angry by spoiling his food, and now he will be punished. At this moment, Crossing Chen remembered something, apparently related to what was happening. And just at that moment, the goblin came to his senses, realizing what was happening, and began to make excuses. Crossing Chen said that he apologized to the remnants of his meal, but it wasn't enough. Of course, the goblin couldn't figure out what to do and apologized, but they were insincere. He bowed to the protagonist and apologized, but Crossing Chen thought it was insufficient and insincere. He had no respect for the fruits of the protagonist's labor and instructed others to destroy his farmland and vegetables. He immediately admitted his mistakes, called the protagonist a master, and apologized again. Crossing Chen couldn't understand why the others were standing aside and demanded that they apologize as well. Then the whole village started apologizing to the protagonist and his vegetables, trying to make things right. Crossing Chen avenged the food by punishing those who dared to ruin his labor and hard work. At this moment, he thought about what was happening and began to reflect on the current situation. He felt the faint wave of spiritual energy beneath the fortress and decided to find out its source. He asked the king what was under the fortress, hoping to get a truthful answer. The king tried to gloss over the issue, claiming there was nothing under the fortress and ignored it. Crossing Chen didn't believe the king and slapped him again, demanding candor and truth. The goblin recognized that there was a cellar beneath the fortress where grain was stored and nothing else. Crossing Chen said that he didn't believe him and demanded to escort him downstairs to check for himself. Goblins or swamp demons were good diggers, and they could find hidden things under the fortress. He verified that it was all just food, and the goblin wasn't hiding anything from the protagonist. The goblin asked if he could go up and see exactly what was under the fortress. Crossing Chen didn't believe him and doubted that the goblin was telling the truth and not hiding anything. At this moment, a strong impact on the ground created a magical wave that began to destroy the illusory walls. The wall began to crumble as it was only an illusion hiding the true contents beneath the fortress. He wanted to hide something, but the protagonist wasn't so easily fooled, and he continued exploring. Crossing Chen was interested in what exactly the Black Swamp King was hiding from him. What he saw shocked him as there were bound girls inside waiting to be rescued. The girls looked at him at that moment with hope and fear, awaiting their fate. Crossing Chen was shocked by what he saw and didn't expect to encounter such a thing in the dungeon. She asked him if he was also a candidate and what he was going to do next. She then asked if he could help them since they were being poisoned by mists and attacked by demons. All the candidates were trapped here and she needed help to escape the toxic environment. At this moment, the system turned to Crossing Chen, reminding him to save the girls. Crossing Chen knew that he needed to save the girls from the harem and do his best to do so. The system offered him to create his harem, but Crossing Chen asked if the girl was really human. The girl asked to first rescue her sister, Bu Kui, the third princess of the royal family, in need of help. She has a high fever after being poisoned and cannot be saved without a special elixir. If he could help, she would be very grateful and give him all the help she could. Crossing Cheng thought about the words that she was from the royal family, and that required attention. At this point, the goblin watched as the king was hung with a plaque about his horrible actions and other people's labor. He couldn't find a clean bed for the princess, so he put her on the table so she could rest. The princess's temperature was so high that she was in a coma. How the princess could have been so poisoned if she had been in good health since childhood remains a mystery. He analyzed the swamp poison and found that it was formed from the excrement of swamp demons, which shocked everyone. Swamp demons like to defecate in the open, and although their waste isn't too stinky, they emit methane. This gas dissolves in the fog of the plains and forms methane poison. The princess hadn't been in such harsh conditions before, so her temperature rose. It sounded like nonsense, but it really does make some sense and is worth considering. This means that Her Highness has sunk into the mud and a cure for the swamp poison must be found. Even if she is cured, she might get poisoned again, as treating the symptoms doesn't solve the root of the problem. The girl asked if they should leave the place, but claimed she had ways to clear the poison from the swamp without the need for this trouble. Her way was farming, which she was very good at and could use her knowledge to clean up. They couldn't understand exactly what she meant or why farming could help the situation. Crossing Chen had been farming since he entered the secret world. He found that crops absorbed methane and released aura as they grew. If it was a miracle herb, the purification effect doubled. She had a secret weapon, fast-growing seeds that bore fruit in 2 days, and she hoped to use them. It is his duty to help people, to cure the poison and purify the methane, to return the blue sky to the secret world. He hopes for their help. Crossing Chen said they need to plant plants to clean and restore the ecosystem. The system asked him to take an ex and a harem, not force him to plant plants. Given his negative attitude towards the harem, a new mechanism has been introduced. Once he reaches the target level of intimacy, he will be able to participate in a prize draw, including an excellent reward. Crossing Chen asked what kind of excellent reward he could get, and learned that it could be gardening tools, for example. Crossing Chen said that everything would be better, and it was necessary to take the tools to successfully complete the task. They had never farmed and it was hard to grow much with only a few people, but that wasn't a problem. Farming isn't hard. Here are books on agriculture. Let them read them, and tomorrow, they will see him planting. Crossing Chen said it is the most important thing to organize the planting and care of plants properly. As far as manpower was concerned, he had a plan that could help with the task. It had been 10 days since they had been in this secret place, and they had finally reached the right point. It was a place where swamp demons dwelled. She was in much better shape than expected, as the swamp poison was almost gone and no demons were visible. The head of this village is said to be at the level of a martial arts king, making the place particularly dangerous. The guy said they were coming and advised caution, as the situation could be unpredictable. He wanted to see how well organized the village was in this swampy region, which is one of the most challenging. They were surprised to see a sign reading "Welcome" at the village gate. They couldn't understand how such a welcome message could be in such a scary place in this world. They continued to stand in confusion, not understanding how this could have happened. They were also surprised by the sign "Black Swamp Cottage," which seemed strange and unexpected. At this point, someone asked if they were headed for the cottage. They were greeted by a goblin who introduced himself as Secretary Number 10, Numa Aiden. He recognized one of them. He recognized Zuo Wu as he had seen his portraits and was impressed. Everyone knew him and told him to come in since Instructor Chu was already waiting for them. The goblin said that Instructor Chu wouldn't hurt them, and if they work, they would get food. Many candidates have already arrived at the farm, and they should look. He did have a significant impact on them, getting them to go where they needed to go. At that moment, someone recognized them again. It was a girl named Tao Jing who was happy to see them. Ziling immediately noticed her clothes. She said Mr. Chu said it was a researcher's uniform. It was a long story and she suggested we talk inside since it was safe here. Izushi couldn't tell if this was the Chu she knew. There were indeed many farmers in the village and everything was green, which confirmed what they said. Everyone greeted Mrs. Hao. The secretary was furious because one of the demons kept peeing all over the place, violating social norms. It was a disgrace and a violation of public order. Obviously, the public restroom was nearby, but the demon had forgotten the rules that Instructor Chu had taught him. They were surprised to see such noble behavior from a swamp demon. The girl asked if this was an unexpected event and expressed doubt about the original plan. At first she didn't believe it and thought the idea of starting to raise demons was a bad idea. But now she realized that you can't discriminate against demons. They were enthralled by the story of how all races could come together in an effort to improve the world and revitalize the magical land. She said she would take them to the great teacher and they would work on the cottage together. In my story, Crossing Chen seems to have created some kind of gathering that generated considerable interest and discussion. The color will be brighter if you use a few more dyes and it will come off after a few days, which will improve its appearance. The girls marveled at how beautiful it was and were amazed at the skill of the main character. They said he was amazing and couldn't even get the words right. Crossing Chen noted that it was easy and simple. The system informed him that he knew a lot about the current situation and the specifics of his world. She asked him to pay attention to his feelings and fall in love to become the king of the harem. Though progress was visible and he himself could appreciate it, he was cunning and used a loophole to accomplish his goals and improve his position. At this moment, the girl led them to Crossing Chen, and everyone present recognized him. Crossing Chen immediately recognized everyone who came and was ready for further interaction. At this point something strange started happening to the system and he couldn't understand what was happening. The system started reporting that what was happening was wrong and needed attention. It went straight through the guy, and the reason for that remained unclear. This was an advanced element of a system called Che Transformation, and Crossing Chen still didn't understand its features. It was an advanced item that could only be created with heavenly dye and could greatly strengthen the user. It meant that she had a system that was better than hers, and if there were other systems, they would have manifested already in this world. Moreover, the guy was a transformation user, which added complexity to the situation. He was most likely being monitored with this artifact, which could explain his unusual behavior. He was being watched, and she hadn't noticed anything unusual before the exam. He was supposed to receive a transformation after entering the secret world. It might be worth asking him first. And Crossing Chen said that he was glad to meet him and was willing to discuss the situation. On his way back, he heard that his sister admired him and thought him capable of saving all the creatures of the swamp by cleansing the land of poison. On the contrary, he was only focused on passing his exams and was not as generous as he was. Crossing Chen couldn't understand why this guy was acting this way and what was behind his behavior. At this point he looked to the girl to explain exactly what was wrong. She explained to him that he had gotten a little overwhelmed reading books and wasn't taking the information quite right. Crossing Chen realized that he could be easily fooled, and that it was better to deal with more knowledgeable people. Shy was too modest, and he simply did what every knight would do, suggesting they call each other brothers. He was curious to know what had happened to him before he came here and asked for more details. He captured the king of the Black Swamp and wanted to know his goals and future plans. He later learned that his main target was Numkin Chul, who greeted the guests as the former king of the Black Swamp. You don't have to be overly polite, just have him tell you what he had to go through to reach his goal. As everyone knows, the secret world is only open for information transfer during exams, and then there is no contact with the outside world. But 2 months before the exams, someone entered the secret world. Everyone was surprised by this information, as it was unexpected and unusual. He couldn't see his face, but he sensed his extraordinary power and wanted him to work for him in the secret world. He agreed to work with him, but also promised to raise his rank to a great martial artist and release him from the secret world after the job was done. If they failed the tasks, he would destroy all the swamp demons, and the temptation was so great that he agreed. At first he wanted him to capture some noble women and lock them up. It was easy, they weren't poisoned, and taking them was simple. Then he said to catch Shai Zuowu, promising that he would make the guy suffer but not take his life. Of course, the guy himself couldn't understand why he deserved such a punishment. He was so out of it that he thought he could get out if he finished the job. He'd noticed that the guy was the kind of guy that others would easily fool, and now it seemed that it had to do with some sort of system artifact. The weaker the host, the better the transformation effect. The mysterious person wanted to speed up the mushrooming of fate to the guy through the swamp demon. Obviously he was not the only system in this world, and Crossing Chen noted that the system was not doing its job well. It may have been a candidate who wanted to kill him, and that warranted further investigation. The girl apparently made some decision and proceeded to take further action. His face was covered in spots, which added an element of mystery and anxiety. He didn't know what was going on. And once he got out, he lost touch with the transformation, which complicated things. He thought he would let the swamp demon kidnap the princess and then rescue her, gaining luck and recognition. But now the situation was more complicated. He asked the scroll to provide him with a cloaking artifact to hide from observation. Need to get in there and find out what's going on there to have a full picture of the situation. At this point, they drew a portrait of the candidate to better understand his appearance and character. Zuo Wu, unlike the others, was not in the drawing, and he noted that it was a beautiful drawing that reflected the characteristics of the person. He would call her the Picasso of the cultivation world, given the uniqueness and detail of her work. The instructor has been told that new candidates have come in and he, being stress-resistant, needs to talk to them. They explained to the girls that they had reformed and no harm would come to them, assuring them they were safe. But she didn't believe his words, as her companion had been killed by a swamp demon, which affected her trust. He's crazy if he wants them to work with the swamp demons in the Black Swamp Fortress, and he's trying to catch them in a net. At this point, they were asked about a conspiracy called Mutual Benefit and suggested that they consider it. Let them come if they want to farm, for the cottage offers free food and blood, as well as working together to clear the bog and survive. If they don't want to live under such conditions, let them leave, and the swamp demons won't bother them without blocking the entrance to the cottage or disturbing their unity. Of course, if conflicts arise, they should report them in time to avoid problems. The guy asked if he could go out and work the land and asked for something to eat since he wasn't worth a girl and wanted to come in. Goblin said that, of course, they can come in and continue their work and provide the assistance they need. But the girl never brought up the question of whether she wanted to join them right now, showing no interest. He turned out to be a mysterious man disguised with an artifact, and she couldn't take away his disguise so as not to scare him off. He was the only one who lacked energy after the candidates emerged. He let him in and then decided to follow him to see what he was up to and what his plans were. The goblin said it was a woman's bedroom for the human race, where she could rest as long as everything was in order. The swamp demons in the fortress had been mentored by a true instructor, so she should have trusted her and worked together. Afterward, he bid her farewell and told her to rest, giving her an opportunity to recuperate. Everyone in this cottage, in his opinion, was sick, which added an element of distrust to the surroundings. At this point, he went a little farther away so that no one could see his actions and keep an eye on what was going on. He asked the scroll who Crossing Chen was and if he could find out more about him. He was informed that he was unidentified but was an unknown. He had charm items that could be used to control situations and influence others. If he wants to control the situation, he must first control it using good disguise and charm. The concentration of swamp poison has decreased significantly. The princess will recover in a couple days, judging by her pulse, and her condition will improve. She apologized, said it was getting late, and decided to go home to rest and recover. As he was walking back home, he noticed some sort of shadow behind him. At that moment, someone told him he was back, adding a sense of surprise and anxiety. She was a sexy girl who was trying her best to get his attention. A minute ago, the system told him there was someone in his house, and it was that guy. He was wearing camouflage and trying to seduce him, which was uncharacteristic of his age and approach. As a precautionary measure, he gave himself a system buff to resist the effects of the items and control the situation. Crossing Chen decided to meet him to teach him a lesson and figure out his intentions. The girl, or rather the guy, was glad he was finally back, which added an element of anticipation and hope. Crossing Chen saw what this guy looked like without the artifact, which surprised him and added an element of surprise. This surprised the protagonist greatly and he was shocked by what he saw as it changed his perception. At this moment, Crossing Chen felt abruptly sick, and he didn't know how to properly react to the situation. He asked if he was alright, as his condition was of grave concern. Crossing Chen told her to stay back and stay away. His eyes were hurting badly, and with the buff he should have been able to spot the differences and help expose them. He couldn't understand why the sight of a beautiful woman made him nauseous and thought maybe he had a disease. He won't leave, the charm has to work and make him stay put despite the situation. At this point, the guy started pestering again, which added to the tension and conflict. He started to say that the instructor was hurting his heart, which was an unusual and strange statement. He, or rather she, then asked if Crossing Chen wanted him. Crossing Chen was stunned and expressed his displeasure, which clearly showed his reaction to what was happening. Crossing Chen's nose began to bleed. He then started screaming very loudly, which attracted attention and created chaos around him. He was told to stop throwing up and look her in the eye, which added elements of tension and drama. At this moment, a girl came in and saw the very strange picture that had formed between them. The girl, of course, did not expect to see such a thing, which threw her into shock. She said she was going to leave, but Crossing Chen started to stop her, not wanting to let her go. He asked for her help, saying he was nauseous, and asked her not to touch his filthy existing person. He was so unhappy that a pervert wanted to seduce him, and he felt like he was about to puke his brains out. Immediately, they came running and started asking the gentleman what the commotion was about, offering soothing soup. They could not understand what was going on and did not know how to react to the actions of the orderly. Crossing Chen said it's not what they think and that he's not guilty since she was going to be raped. They realized that this was a serious violation and something very malicious. How dare she try to defile the lower? It was unacceptable and extremely outrageous. The girl ordered her arrest, which led to immediate action. She was immediately pinned down, which confirmed the seriousness of the situation. There seems to be no way to control the place and things are getting out of hand. Then it would be necessary to use all the power he had to solve the problem, and at that moment, he began to act on the plan using his abilities. Crossing Chen covered the girl to protect her at this critical moment. Others also tried to protect themselves as best they could to avoid threats. Then there was a massive surge of power that shook everyone around him. Crossing Chen opened his eyes to see what had happened and assess the situation. Everyone remarked that, in fact, it was no big deal. That at this point the girl began to visibly change. Her behavior became aggressive. Crossing Chen noticed that she was angry and started attacking him. The main character had good reactions and was easily able to stop her in time. He looked to see that the other goblins were also starting to become beastly and aggressive. It was the subject of losing one's sanity that could make demons show their true form and attack everyone. At this point, one of the demons started attacking the protagonist, which complicated the situation. To his surprise, he was defended by his secretary, which was an unexpected twist. He started asking if the instructor was okay, which added even more concern. Crossing Chen was glad that at least the secretary was sane and could support him. Crossing Chen asked Len if this item had an effect on him. He felt manic excitement. The instructor's words of wisdom rang in his ears again, reminding him that the new swamp demons embodied a new age. Crossing Chen didn't expect him to be so conscious and controlled. He will call at the light of the swamp demons, a symbol of the future of the demon race, in his hands. Let him stop this madness. And the bastard fled east, leaving no trace. At this moment, Crossing Chen handed over the girl for further control. Have a demon watch her and kill her if she freaks out again. Crossing Chen said he would whip that pervert to restore order. That the tall one was at the princess's house, and the lad was already near it. Since he couldn't control the black swamp, he was going to destroy it to see the true face of the demons. If he saves the princess while the swamp demons are rioting, everyone will be thrilled, and the princess amulet will help him do it. At this moment, Crossing Chen was out of time, and he only had to watch the pillar of light. It was the princess' room, and he didn't understand why it had exploded. He couldn't blow up the princess, as it wasn't in his best interest. At this moment, they saw the silhouette of some person in the air, which was strange. Crossing Chen laughed at what the system informed him and said that it was a princess, not a guy. Crossing Chen looked at her in surprise at this moment, unable to believe his eyes. Then her sister immediately showed up, which added even more drama to the situation. The princess was glad to see her sister alive and well. She knew her sister was awake when she saw the flames and was happy she was okay. At this moment, they didn't pay attention to the guide, focusing their attention on the princess. This man, as soon as she opened her eyes, saw him touching her feet with a lecherous face, and blew the house up without controlling her body. The girl said she would deal with him, and let the princess stay out of this chaos. Because dirt can stain her too, so it's best to leave it up to the girl. After that, the girl instantly started attacking the guy, ignoring all other circumstances. The guy could only hope for help from the system to survive the situation. She couldn't understand what this mud was, and even a martial artist would have a hard time dealing with it. In an instant, Crossing Chen fought against this filth, trying not to let it overpower him. He asked the scroll about the possibility of using a memory eraser to solve the problem. At this moment, Chu Xin Chen interrupted their conversation with a blow to the back of his head to stop them. The guy couldn't understand how Chu Xin Chen was able to break free from his trap. He tried to lure him with traps, but if Chu Xin Chen succeeded in destroying the Black Swamp, it would be unrealistic. At this point, the girl started yelling at the gentleman that he was really cool and offered to kill the guy. The guy was trying to understand the rank and power of the main character, and why this man was ruining his life. He was afraid that if he failed here, he would find himself back in the same situation as before. He's going to come back and make everyone bow down to him, asking for 20 years of life from the scroll. He ordered the scroll to kill the protagonist to eliminate the threat. At this moment, Chu Xin Chen calmed down for a second and simply stopped to assess the situation. Then their world began to split in two, which was an unexpected turn of events. He hadn't expected this development at all, which threw him off balance. Chu Xin Chen then disappeared just as he wanted. Much to the guy's surprise, the girl could not understand where the gentleman had gone and was shocked by his disappearance. She started asking the guy where he had taken the gentleman, hoping to find out the truth. The guy said the gentleman was engrossed, although it was a bit of a costly move. Finally, no one was in his way and he could act without interference. The princess ordered him to leave, stating that he was disgusting and that she would not tolerate his presence. The boy said he'd play with the princess some more, not going to leave just yet. But at that moment, someone interrupted him and thrust a weapon right into his hand. Zuo Wu said that the knight comes when he is needed, helping in times of need. At this moment, Chu Xin Chen still couldn't understand where he was and what was going on around him. He was in some space where there was literally nothing. The main surprise was that the system got here with him too, creating additional complications. At this time, the guy continued to fight against the opponent, not paying attention to what was happening. He also helped others with the mud, which made the overall situation easier. A sort of light with resistance to darkness helped in fighting the enemy forces. Shui asked if the two of them were hurt, concerned about the condition of her companions. They thought they had come to visit the Lord as friends of the swamp demons, following Mr. Inon's instructions. Let him be careful, as he has a magic weapon that can stir space and absorb Mr. Chu. This man is really evil, and seems to have a magical weapon that deflects attacks. He's clearly been set up, and Chu Xin Chen will face some serious challenges. At this moment, Chu Xin Chen was just sleeping and not thinking about anything, remaining at peace. The system told him to wake up as he couldn't get out of this space. Isn't this a system space? The system had to have a solution for this problem. Everything here is strange. After connecting to the heavenly path, the system forms its own space, but this place is empty. He contacted the serial number and discovered it was a low-level artificial intelligence. If it is programmed to work, the scroll is a robot providing fake system space. The actual system doesn't even have its own space, which complicates things. It's like they're trapped in someone else's house with only one robot, and the exit is unknown. Chu Xin Chen asked if they could take over the house to change the situation. Afterward, the system told him he was just a genius for his thoughts and ideas. It's going to try anyway. It's artificial intelligence, and it's going to try to invade space. Since he was able to enter this space, he should be prepared for any difficulties. He will show the power of the strongest system, and he will regret it, unable to withstand the blow. At this point, the guy continued to fight his opponent, showing off his athletic skills. His movements were very fast and precise, making it difficult for the enemy to retaliate. The princess rushed to the rescue as she wanted to help in this difficult situation. Her gaze was confident as she wanted to finally be done with this guy. The princess struck with her huge hammer, counting on the powerful impact. She watched carefully to see if anything was changing in this battle, hoping for an outcome, but she noticed that the guy was just smiling in response to her attack. She instantly bounced back, realizing it was the same trick again. It was disgusting because every time he was about to hit, he would either deflect or a shield would appear. It took every possible means to contain it, and it was extremely difficult to continue. The guy decided to use something from the scroll to increase his chances of winning. Rank raising, unlike the previous one, can continuously raise the level as long as the body can endure. It takes a lot of energy, and if he wants to suppress them completely, he needs to rise above a great master. Even then, unforeseen problems can occur, increasing the risks. However, It's better than becoming a target for punches again with no chance of winning. Then they began to watch the pillar of light coming from this guy. The girl noticed strong fluctuations in spiritual power. Inexplicable things started happening to the guide, and he clearly started getting stronger. Moreover, he keeps increasing his rank, which means using magic items. The guy said they can't let him get stronger or he'll become unmanageable. To stop it, you have to act before its power stabilizes. At this moment, the guy instantly began to use his powers against them. Surprisingly, however, it didn't work and didn't help the situation. Then the girl also began to help using her skills and strengths, but the guy started using the mud again to fight them, making it harder. He was confident of his victory and began to use all his strength to gain it. His smile was fierce, and in his eyes you could see the certainty of victory. The girl at this moment also made the decision to act using her sword. She managed to grab the guy by the throat, giving her an advantage in the fight. The princess was ready to attack him to strip him of his head and end the fight, but instead, she sent it straight into the air, resulting in a massive explosion. Zuowu was also ready to attack, planning to use his weapon for a strong attack. He launched his weapon, striking with just the right amount of force to amplify the effect of the attack. The princess began to spin, adding inertia and force to her weapon to increase power. After a while, she caught the timing and increased the weapon's power to maximum. There was a very powerful explosion on the battlefield, shaking everything around. Such a powerful explosion that it took the use of a shield to protect himself from the shrapnel. The princess asked if they had killed him, but no one could give a clear answer. Then an earthquake started, as if the earth was shaking under their feet. The mud began to engulf them again, making it difficult for them to fight. After a while they were up to their necks in some swamp, which made things more difficult. His punches were strong enough to rival a great martial artist. Unfortunately, the guy broke through even higher than they expected, increasing the danger. At this moment, Zuowu looked very angry, ready to avenge his suffering. He hated his strength, and his arm ached from the aftermath of the fight. Either way, he could erase their memories and have fun if he got revenge on the princess. Perhaps the princess will cry and beg him to have mercy on her if he is cruel. All the nobles of heaven will bow at his feet if he becomes the chosen one. But at this moment, someone suddenly attacked him, which surprised everyone. A hand appeared directly from the scroll and attacked the guy, surprising everyone with its strength. It was Chu Xin Chen, who showed up spectacularly, helped everyone and saved them out of trouble. Everyone looked at him with admiration, amazed at his appearance and help in a time of need. They were happy to see him, as he really saved them in this difficult situation. Chu Xin Chen asked why they put themselves in that position, or was it performance art? They warned him to be careful as the mob monster attacked him again. Chu Xin Chen only wrinkled his face and easily fought off this monster's attack. The rotten dirt was ruining the soul again, and the guy couldn't understand why he didn't die from it. He was furious, realizing that his technique didn't work against the protagonist and he survived. Chu Xin Chen decided to finally finish the guy off and started attacking him at this moment. The guy pointed a huge rock at the protagonist, trying to intensify his attack. Everyone was watching their battle, as its course was unusual and unexpected. Chu Xin Chen appeared behind the stone and asked if the guy liked to play with dirt. Chu Xin Chen said that he would play with it himself using his abilities. Sticking his hands in the dirt, Chu Xin Chen created a huge hand that attacked the guy. The guy was surprised that such a monster was hitting so hard while in the realm of martial arts. He realized he had to get even stronger to meet the new challenge. The system reported that he got close, and you can't let the guy use the artifact. The time of his life is about to end, and he must act quickly to accomplish his goal. The boy wanted to become stronger to get revenge on those who had bullied him since childhood. These family members bullied him from childhood, deciding his place in school. Someone asked if he wanted to start a new life, to which he responded with bewilderment. He asked who was here and who was asking the question without understanding the situation. He was surprised that the scroll spoke to him, providing unexpected information. Scroll said he was the chosen one and could get anything he wanted, including revenge and status. Scroll offered to help him get revenge and become number one by using his life force. It just needed to use some life force and execute the plan. At this moment, Chu Xin Chen was beating all the bad thoughts and intentions out of him. The guy couldn't understand why, even though he had gotten stronger, he was still losing. It was clear to him that he should be the chosen one, but couldn't manage the situation. Chu Xin Chen understood why the artifact had broken and figured out its weak point. It was a disposable artifact that breaks after use, but has reusability. Marin realized that he was being bullied and that not everyone thought he was what he portrayed himself to be. He felt like he was being bullied, even though he wasn't, and he felt an inner pain. He wondered why it was so hard for him to become a new person, blaming everyone else. He kept talking even though death was approaching, portraying himself as a victim of his failures. Turns out he's only trying to get what he thinks he's entitled to by exploiting his difficulties. Everyone watched and listened to his story, amazed at how he envisioned his destiny. He worked hard, but no one noticed him because he was born into a less privileged family. The scroll was his last hope to get revenge and regain his dignity. Crossing Chen said that the scroll was not hope, but only a ghost that dragged him into the abyss. Attacking innocent people is not revenge, it is the vile stupidity he chose. The guy took the wrong path trying to start a new life, and his plans didn't work out. The last thing the guy said was that he had no choice and was doomed. Looking up at the sky, souls can resist physical damage, but cannot deal with the loss of life force. Crossing Chen said that the system powered by life energy was fake and replaced. He's not going to let the scroll consume his life and he's going to solve the problem with it. At this moment, Crossing Chen noticed a hovering book right above him, which surprised him. He didn't realize what it was, but the system explained that it was scroll space. He collected a copy of all the knowledge from the scroll and promised to deal with it later. And the guy called him a good librarian. In a rare case, the system allows the host to enter a system space that is extremely secretive, but they are the closest to partners. He is honest about everything and expects them to trust him. After following him, it turned out that the fake system was more like a switch that automatically finds the host, gives its life by getting the artifact. He tried to figure out where it came from, but as soon as he started, the system started to self-destruct. His inability to connect to the heavenly path must have something to do with the fake system that is ruining his reputation and incidentally also giving him the energy he needs to improve his martial spirit. Now that they had enough energy, he offered to raise his level, congratulating him for advancing his martial spirit to the earth level. The protagonist was pissed off that he had changed by becoming so formal, because before all the improvements had a flash effect, but at that time he had just met him and wanted to create a professional and cool image of the system. But since he knows who he is and what he looks like, what's all this for? He still can't create legendary artifacts, but he can recreate them with these fragments, and without the help of the celestial path, he has to create everything himself, which requires a lot of knowledge and energy, so he has to read all the books here. Crossing Chen was surprised at how industrious the system was and how hard it worked to achieve its goals. He's unsuccessful now, but he can make up for that hard work and won't lose to a rigged system that hinders him at every turn. Crossing Chen will be the strongest and he will be the best system, and they will conquer this world together if he has the pig breeding books and the necessary resources here. Other animals also fit his plans and he would like to try his hand at animal husbandry, which would be a new stage in his life. At that point, the system told him to go and leave the place, and then he abruptly began to be summoned there, demanding his return. Crossing Chen greeted them and asked if everyone had calmed down after the commotion that had occurred. Everyone had already calmed down, but the riot destroyed much of the farmland, with serious consequences. They apologized to the instructor, for they were so mad that when they came to their senses they realized that the ground had been spoiled and he could punish them. Crossing Chen asked if they were also victims, and if so, why punish them? Crossing Chen told them to let him cover his throat and he'd come back to reality and kill the asshole. He asked the instructor not to leave them without food, for it was already tight, and this time many slow-growing staple crops had been destroyed, and now the cottage was getting crowded and they would run out of food. If Crossing Chen left, it would completely end their hopes of surviving in this world. Crossing Chen changed, for he was impulsive and would not leave them. He had never grown many fast-growing seeds for staple foods, but he also had some solution to this difficult situation that he wanted to propose. Then he had the corn in his hand that could have been salvation. Crossing Chen decided to rest after a hard day to gain strength for further action. Fast-growing corn is the fastest growing of all the major crops, giving hope for a quick harvest. But he hadn't worked with her before, and the guy asked why that was the case. Crossing Chen said that because it is unpalatable to him, it tastes like wax and is not even close to regular corn, but it matures quickly, so they will be able to grow it for a while. Let them honor the surplus and inform the village to plant corn tomorrow, which will help them in the future. At this point, the girl was watching them, clearly concerned about what was happening. She had a very frightened and incomprehensible look. Apparently she was worried because she was also frantic. At this point, all the people were discussing the fact that she was a vixen. They had no way of knowing how she could get here, for it was very strange. The girl was really very sad indeed, for she realized that she had been exposed, and now she was in danger. Then everyone saw her and began to wonder what she should do now and how to deal with it. The next morning, someone was furious about the events that had occurred and their aftermath. The princess asked if he wanted her to farm too, and reminded him that she was a princess. She also complained about what it was, since it wasn't human food, what kind of breakfast steamed sweet potatoes it was, and that it was good to eat. She is furious, for she was imprisoned as soon as she appeared, and now he wants her to plant this for them, and has promised to tear down his fortress. Then someone said he was the one who gave the orders for the land. It was Chu Xin Chen who said that she would not plant for him, but for herself, which was fair. As for food, have I not tell him what he ate before he came so that everyone understands his plight? At this point, everyone fell silent, but for some reason he continued to remain silent, unwilling to tell the truth. Then it was revealed that he ate poop. Much to the prince's shock, his excuse was that he was too hungry, and they weren't always edible, and there wasn't always anything to eat. Of course, everyone thought it was very scary and disgusting. There was actually a supply of food there, but it was the Swamp King's private property and ordinary swamp demons couldn't eat it, and after the instructor came, the food was divided equally and they started to get their lives together. Chu Xin Chen asked if everything is clear now, and the only way to get good food is to plant it ourselves, so let her come and plant it. The princess asked how she could do such dirty work, since only farmers could farm, which surprised her. Chu Xin Chen asked that he wanted them to grow food, and she asked if he shouldn't do it for the princess. It's a one cottage rule: how much you work, how much you get, and if she doesn't work, she won't eat, which was fair for everyone. Chu Xin Chen turned around and told them to grow good food, improving their farming skills. The girl told the princess that the Lord was kind, and let her not worrying about it, for he would do her part of the work and not let her starve. That the princess was angry. How dare he speak to her like that? She remembered him. She promised that she would not eat a morsel of his food even if she starved to death, and would see if he could afford to starve the princess. Even the system was telling him how he could treat the princess like that. After all, he has a minus rating and he has to rely on her to find the broken seal stones. Chu Xin Chen understood this perfectly well, but he was in charge, and justice must be served uncompromisingly regardless of the circumstances. Once someone gets something for free, labor is no longer valued. So you need to plant a vegetable garden and work hard. Let the guy think about his main task. After all, he offered him to increase intimacy. Then he will give him the artifact. His strategy is to fool them, and it was a pretense at which he is the best. First, you need to sprinkle manure evenly on the ground to prepare it for planting. Place 2 or 3 seeds between the manure, keeping them at a distance from it, otherwise the seeds will be burned by the fertilizer. And then bury and water what you planted to ensure good germination. Zuo Wu asked if the food would now grow after all this effort and labor. After that, he said he wanted to try it too, and started kneading the very hard ground. At this moment, Chu Xin Chen saw the girl hotly working in front of the princess. Of course, he approached her and asked her what she was doing and how her work was going. She told him not to worry. She would finish her princess job and asked him not to cut back on her food. But Chu Xin Chen wanted to embarrass her, but he had an idea. He hoped the girl would cooperate with him to accomplish their mutual goals. At this moment, the princess realized that she was very hungry, and it bothered her a lot. Of course, she thought it was all about the main character, and when they were done, she would tell her father to lock him up. At that moment, she heard someone saying hello outside, and it caught her attention. The demons invited each other to come eat after a hard day's work in the fields to rest. One of them said it wasn't hard work and everyone was very motivated to work together, asking if he had heard about this morning when the princess did nothing but want to eat, which was funny to him. He said that, of course, such fat people always want to munch and do nothing. At this point, of course, she became furious and asked how dare he talk about her behind her back. At this point she was stopped in time and told to calm down and not do anything stupid. The girl told her not to be like them and asked if she was hungry, for she had brought her lunch, But the princess said, on principle, that she would not eat, and asked her to stop caring. If Crossing Chen doesn't come and kneel down to apologize, she will never forgive him or accept his food. The next day, in the evening, the princess still hadn't eaten anything, persisting in her decision. She really only had one thing on her mind: food, which had become her obsession. She couldn't understand why Hao Jing no longer brought her food and realized that she didn't need his help. At this point, she was almost going crazy with the hunger she felt. Then she ran outside and smelled the smell of food that beckoned her. Crossing Chen was sitting there, who greeted her and offered her something to eat. Of course, after that, she immediately closed the door and walked back in, not wanting to see him. He told her to shut the door, for he was here to apologize to her and give her a small sweet potato, and he was sorry for everything. He hopes she won't refuse the offer and accept his apology. The princess at this moment was going mad at what she saw, and her anger was great. Still, she gave in and accepted food from the guy who offered to help her. When Crossing Chen saw her eating, he told her to calm down and not to worry. At this moment, the girl was thinking about how useless she was and how to change things, but also simultaneously thinking about why it tasted so good and felt so good to her. Then the princess, despite his eyes, asked for more food to satisfy her hunger. Crossing Chen said that he hadn't baked more yet. Why don't she bake more herself? And suggested that she bury the potatoes in the ashes and wait for them to cook. But the princess said it was too long and couldn't wait that long. Crossing Chen said that you can't bake it in the fire, because it will burn and be spoiled. Crossing Chen could understand what to do and how he should be in this situation. Anan was walking, saying he was tired after a long day of planting, and saw the instructor and the princess, asking if they were buying potatoes. He asked if they were princess potatoes, because they looked crispy on the outside and sweet on the inside, and asked if he could try them. He decided to try it. After all, the instructor said to praise the princess for not baking and to start working harder. He has to do it, no matter how unpalatable it may actually be. At that moment, he didn't know how he should hide his emotions and show them to others. That awful appearance hides a wonderful texture, sweetness, and flavor that warms the heart at the touch of the tongue. It was delicious, and the main character needed to figure out where his hair grew from. He couldn't stop saying it was delicious and asked the instructor to try it too. Crossing Chen, of course, tried it and realized that it wasn't as bad as he thought. Then some other demon came running in, asking what kind of potato it was that made his hair grow and if he could try it. Then everyone in the village started tasting these potatoes and their reaction was the same. Everyone started saying it was really good, even better than the instructor's food, and their hair started growing. Crossing Chen said that it wasn't bad as a princess after eating sweet potatoes, and her hair grew considerably. The princess said it was very cool and that she was impressed. Crossing Chen shouted that it was simply the best food in the world and should be available to everyone. He would like to ask her to help make these potatoes for as many people as possible, have her become the head cook at Black Swamp Cottage and take that position. Crossing Chen said that the cottage couldn't exist without her participation and her abilities. They were dramatically surprised when the princess readily agreed to their proposal and accepted it. The princess said that if everyone wanted to, she would agree and work with them. Of course, she was pleased with the attention she was receiving at the moment, and she was content. Crossing Chen was no exception, and he was smiling throughout this whole interaction with the princess. Of course, it was all part of the main character's plan, and he laughed as he called her a cook and a dumbass. She has a good cooking talent. Her fighting spirit is suitable for frying potatoes, so she should be used. At this point, two people were watching all the action going on at the moment. The guy was not happy, for the bastard had cheated the princess and her dignity. They had no favor with the young princess, and they wouldn't be able to overpower him. At this moment, they both looked at each other to make a decision on the situation. Outside the exam hall, people were gathering to watch the exam results. At this time, people gathered to know the results of the exam and evaluate the participants. Everyone couldn't understand who Din Chen was and why he had such a high ranking on the list. Crossing Chen was really in first place, and people couldn't understand what was going on. It has been 17 days since the exam started and there are still many candidates left. The spirits of the secret world ran into problems without taking the initiative to save the exam participants. It's not uncommon for candidates to die in exams, but the death of a child from a great family is a problem. Zuo Wu and the princess are also there, and their safety is jeopardized because of it. At this point, it became known that 2 new candidates had come out of the Black Swamp and reported. They also said that Zuo Wu and the others are farming and the princess is cooking potatoes. Of course, no one expected this turn of events, as it was quite unusual. At this point, the demons had gotten their rightful food and were enjoying what they had gotten. Of course, no one expected this turn of events, and everyone was surprised. At this point, the man reflected on what was happening and decided that action needed to be taken. He said that this boy is preparing a rebellion and we need to shut down the secret world and arrest him. They had just conducted an inspection, and the Black Swamp's magical defenses were found to be inoperative. This array was designed by His Majesty, and has always worked, but there have been problems with its closure. He was sure that Chu Xin Chen and his actions were the cause of all the problems. Have them report to the royal family and gather practitioners to deal with the situation. At this moment, the girl couldn't find her place and paced back and forth, worrying about what was happening. She heard what was being discussed, that 2 people had gone to report the fox's actions and involvement. Either way, it's not enough to live in the world, and a report on a fox can be rewarding. The fox is all alone these days, and Chu Xin Chen only does the cooking and food preparation. It wasn't strange, since no one wants to mess with foxes, so they avoid it. It's boiled cabbage, which she cooked since he taught her how to do it right. Chu Xin Chen thanked her for the tree and expressed his appreciation for the dish she had prepared. And at that moment, he tasted what he had cooked, savoring the flavor and quality of the food she had prepared. Sweet and refreshing was so much better than what he made himself, and she was very talented. The girl was glad that the princess had learned to be humble and put her culinary skills into practice. She said she would cook it again and expressed her desire to cook it again in the future. She didn't know that His Highness was so fond of cooking and displayed such culinary skills. She had never seen her so joyful, and it surprised her with its suddenness and sincerity. At this moment, she thought about the fact that Chu Xin Chen and the princess could be together and happy. Although the gentleman is charming, their relationship may fail due to various circumstances and difficulties. Well, they do. As subordinates, they can't always handle emotions and actions in difficult situations. The princess gave the feeling that the master was like her mom, and it was very touching for her. After that, the girl spit out whatever she had been drinking before, as she was greatly surprised by what was happening. The princess watched her mom cook when she was still alive and knew how to cook food perfectly. But behind it was something more meaningful and important that had a profound impact on her life. Hustle and bustle was not to her liking, and she thought cooking was a dishonorable job for members of the royal family. After her mother died, her father and brother were too busy working to spend much time with her. They took great care of her, but no one dared to reprimand her as gently as her mother did. If the master were a woman, she would really want him to be her mom and take care of her. At this point, the system turned to the protagonist, congratulating him on successfully completing an important mission. The system congratulated him that he had reached a certain point, and the mission had been successfully completed. Chu Xin Chen had passed the test, and he knew what he had to do without worrying, because everything was ready. The system assured him that he would not be disappointed with the results and everything would be fine. The demon was very tired, and he still had corn to pick after a hard day's work. At this point, everyone began to notice something unusual that caught their attention and interest. Humans and demons alike couldn't understand what it was, and they didn't know how to perceive it. They did see some sort of car in front of them, but they didn't know what it really was. In front of them stood not just a car, but some kind of miracle tractor that evoked wonder and interest. Of course, they couldn't figure out what the device was and were stunned by its appearance. Chu Xin Chen waved at them, smiled and said good morning to dispel their bewilderment. The guy asked if it was his steam locomotive, to which Chu Xin Chen explained that it was a tractor. The girl at this moment was surprised that Chu Xin Chen had brought them such an unusual device. Chu Xin Chen turned to her and said that he had finally caught her and would show her his techniques. Chu Xin Chen said they will ride this device and he will explain how it works. This device is propelled by spiritual energy, and he asked if she could feel the energy firing up. He laughed, saying that one man's energy would not be enough to plow all the land, and it would take time. It would take a full week to plow all that land, and it would require considerable effort and energy. He couldn't understand why she went where it was dangerous and why she was avoiding it. She didn't want them to be seen together, and Crossing Chen asked what would happen if they were seen. He told her he had her back anyway, let her trust him at least a little and not high. At this point, the girl was on the verge of tears and could barely contain her emotions, experiencing an internal struggle. If she's going to be offended, let her talk about it in the winter, and she can rebuild her reputation. At this moment, Crossing Chen was ready to give an important message and address the gathered people. He told everyone to pay attention to his words as they were important and meaningful. They were surprised to hear the voice of the mentor and the locomotive, and did not expect such treatment. Lately, some people have been gossiping too much behind their backs and discussing Fox's actions. He noted that people live their emotions too much and asked what the Fox had done. He also said he would arrange events at the farm to protect Zixian to enhance her reputation. The one who cheers and makes others laugh the most will learn to drive the tractor, and her ranking will be updated. At this point, she decided to look out and see what was going on to get an idea of the situation. Everyone immediately started saying it was very nice and they liked her, showing her friendliness. Even Hao Zheng said she was loved and asked the teacher to let her play with the tractor. Everyone ran to the tractor in unison and started talking about how much they loved this girl. Crossing Chen asked if they were trying to make her happy or just professing their love. The medicinal plantation asked if they had seen the mentor tractor and its features. Someone heard that by confessing your love to Miss E, you can get a chance to ride a tractor. Everyone immediately wanted to go there and ride the tractor as fast as they could. It seems to be the gentleman's doing. Everything was organized at the highest level. A few days ago, the girl was hiding even from herself so as not to cause trouble to others. She had gone through a lot of suffering during that time. At this point, everyone was literally chasing the girl, leaving her no opportunity to escape. The girl couldn't take it anymore and just ran away from all pursuers. At this time, Crossing Chen was riding the tractor with Anon, enjoying the moment. Crossing Chen was playing cards with Zuo Wu, passionately discussing the current events. The system at this point was working very intensely and doing the best it could. The deputy mentor reported that the mentor was calling him to an important meeting. He put aside the book he was writing and headed to his mentor to find out the reasons for the summons. It's been 6 months since the mentor came to the Black Swamp for training, asked if there were still those who did not show up for the exam, and confirmed attendance. It's already 14.0 since the exam started in this dimension. It's been half a year. Isn't that overkill? It seems like the main character is being threatened. Everyone is still locked inside, and the manager has already gathered cultivators to the level. He had heard that the Grey clans had come here to participate in the exam. Someone was furious because their managers controlled the exam. Some lowlife was able to find a loophole. It was the head of the Shy family, Bazin, who said it was already 2 p.m. and they couldn't go in. Her son is working there now. Plus he's stupid but skillful. He's definitely being used as a work bull to get things done. The Lu family, Lu Lian, said that you can't blame the examiner for cheating. During the exam, no one can go inside, as these rules were made by the ruler of the sacred state who has the level of a divine master, and they can't disobey him. They have already asked Mr. Ruler for help in this situation. Although it is impossible to go out now, every 24.0 lobes are automatically opened before the new phase of the exam, so he asks them not to worry. After 10 hours the valley will open. But 1000 is 5 months. What has her daughter experienced in that time? I heard she was forced to wear white coats and experience something in a locked room. Everyone was really convinced that the main characters were mocking them by being in this place. But at that moment, someone sharply asked everyone to be quiet and keep quiet. It was the head of the Shui family, Shui Mozian, who said that the ruler's reply would follow in a while, and she asked everyone to calm down. She knows one way of observing the exam that might be worth a try to understand the situation. In a secret measure, the demons noticed in the sky that the sun had developed an eye and reported it. Of course, they told everyone to immediately call a mentor to address the situation. It goes without saying that the sweating party was closely watching and recording what was happening. The observation seal won't last long, but at least they will be able to see the condition of the children and exam takers. There were so many people here that the woman couldn't find her son, except he had thick red hair. She saw the red hair. He really does work where she thought he did. She couldn't figure out who it was, since he was Titan. Why he was so scared if she was his mom. A crowd had gathered around the blue man. It was her girl. She could be seen from all sides. But then they realized she might be guarded. And what she was wearing, wasn't it? Have her shift to the right what it is that's moving fast. It was a steam locomotive that moved very fast and attracted the attention of everyone around it. At that moment, they noticed a child came out of there. It was Zishi with glasses, who was looking very cool at everyone present. And at this point, she showed them a fact, much to everyone's surprise. They didn't expect this turn of events at all and didn't know how to react to it. Mentor doesn't like Miss Mi's cowardice. Besides the defense event, he tries another way to enlighten her. Under his guidance, the girl gradually began to change her behavior and become more lovable. But she also became even more bold and confident. She's been told she's been running from here, but she doesn't know yet that it can be dangerous. That's when someone approached them with a request or suggestion. It was Ms. Shui. It looks like it's a surveillance seal, so don't let them panic. It looks like her mother owns it, but it's considered a violation of the rules, so why are they doing this? She asked Ainon. The mentor had now gone to the beach in the west of the field. He had also called him with him. People realized that they seemed to get along. They were in no danger of letting her look for her daughter. She's afraid Xin Cheng has locked her up. She's always been a stubborn, honest kid. At that moment, someone was fishing. As it turned out, it was Hao Zheng who was enjoying it. At this point, her mother finally fainted. She couldn't understand why her daughter was dressed so opally. What an outrage it was. The girl suggested to the teacher that they fish together. Crossing Cheng sat this moment without emotion at all and didn't know what to do. Crossing Chen complains about how everything is spinning and the system was telling him to enjoy the beauty. If he knew, he would have taken Zishi and the princess with him. Then actually Crossing Chen himself noticed that the sun had an eye. He couldn't figure out what it was and in a moment his eye closed. And that's when two girls came running to him. It must have been a warning. We need to get out of here soon. Watching the exam is a violation of the rules. Something must have happened. They've been here for 6 months, so it's time for them to come out, but they all didn't want to do it. But they came to the exam. Crossing Chen is afraid that those two snitches said something and something bad happened there. At this point, the girl even took off her glasses. Crossing Chen started playing with her hair. At this point, the girl was saying they couldn't stick around for the rest of their lives. Enough arguing, let them pack up tomorrow. It will leave the secret world. If the whistleblowers are to blame for this, then the Black Swamp will suffer and they need to fix this problem as soon as possible. Xin Chen told Ainon that nothing can go on forever and sooner or later they have to leave anyway. He's taught them everything he can and they can only hope for themselves. The next morning, the rocks of the Bogfall Bridge. Everyone talked about how they didn't want those to leave, expressing their regret and affection. Everyone said goodbye with tears in their eyes, which emphasized the depth of their feelings and emotions about parting. The princess said to make sure everyone was well fed and wonder if they would still have the opportunity to farm in the future. At this moment, Crossing Chen was standing right in front of Ainon. He looked proudly at Ainon, showing his respect and recognition. Ainon in turn had a distressed face, indicating his inner turmoil and emotions. Crossing Chen then reported that they were preparing to leave, which meant that the end of their stay here was approaching. He asked Hao Zheng not to cry. After all, this parting was not forever and they would see each other again soon. May the water always flow and the mountain be green, even if they don't see it in the bright future. It expressed hope for the future. At this point, they finally parted, signifying the end of their time together and the beginning of a new stage. Crossing Chen said goodbye and said that they would see each other in the future despite the current difficulties and separation. Everyone thought that Crossing Chen was a shameless lecher, as forcing her daughter to dress like this to fish was overkill. The man thought she was having fun fishing and thought it wasn't as bad as she thought it was. This guy is like that. Doesn't he know how to behave properly? Grandpa doesn't know his name and face, which was a mystery. At this moment, they were informed that a candidate from the Black Swamp had emerged, which caught their attention. One finally wondered what he looked like. Everyone had heard that he was a very elegant man and attracted attention from all over the world. At this moment, Crossing Chen was once again left without a belt, which looked like a problem that needed to be solved. Everyone started yelling that he wasn't wearing pants. He was also accused of perversion, but at the same time it was noted that he was handsome, which gave a contradictory impression. Everyone then noticed Zuo Wu and Linger, which drew additional attention to their presence. The boy was really happy to see his mom, which expressed his genuine joy and happiness. He said he missed her a lot, but she didn't recognize him because he was tan. The watermelons he brought for her, but she knew how to keep her mouth shut. This moment the guy immediately recalled Realizing the importance and significance of the event that had taken place, she asked what he was wearing. Where are his clothes? Where are his earrings? He lost all the treasures to Brother Chu. He wants to present his friend as the most important person he has known his whole life. Everyone couldn't figure out what to do with the guy. Even the princess said to let her master go. This time there was a mistake in the exam room. The prime suspect had a fight with a swamp demon. For the last 6 months she had been supplying the whole cottage with potatoes, roasting them daily, which had strengthened her physical strength. She's already a star martial artist, and the guy has reached the level of 2 stars in the art as well. He plows 50 acres of land every day, pushing his body to the limits of human capability, also a 2-star craftsman. At that moment, they couldn't believe what was happening. Not realizing what to do about the situation, the girl treats swamp demons for various problems every day, and her spiritual power is repeatedly depleted after reaching 3 stars. Hao Zheng had also reached this level and learned a new technique. The swamp demons helped her in the process. Everyone agrees that farming is fun, despite the challenges and effort it requires. The main character started laughing evilly, not realizing the gravity of the situation and not realizing the possible consequences. He saw it coming and didn't understand how he could come out unprepared since he had been in charge for the past 6 months. They need evidence to arrest someone, and they can't arrest her master just because they decide to. But they denied it and claimed they were not involved in the incident, with no proof of their innocence. Whether the fox's pact was a lie, the fox is not out yet. Perhaps she was too scared to make contact. It's disgusting. With such a horrible demon, and it's unclear what you can do with a fox to make it interesting. The princess was furious at them, not understanding how such negotiations could have happened and how they had agreed to this. Great that she's okay. He was in management when he heard the news and was worried he'd be late. The princess immediately recognized her older brother and he arrived at the right time, showing that everything was going according to plan. Now it seems that he arrived at the right time, and His Highness has indeed shown himself to be an important man. He told her to be careful and asked if she was okay since she had been there for 6 months. The princess said she was fine and thanked the master for saving and helping her, expressing her gratitude. It was all thanks to her master who saved her, and his talent was recognized and appreciated by everyone around her. She couldn't understand why he had been captured. After all, he was the man who had saved her life and helped her. Master is definitely a helpful person who can help deal with Lan Fun through his ability and experience. The guy said he was her second brother, but she replied that she didn't have a second brother, not understanding his words. At this point he fell silent and looked at them carefully, not understanding what was going on or what to do next. He said there is currently no law against cooperating with forests and he did nothing wrong. There are still foxes and horses on the market, but that doesn't bother anyone or generate much interest. He saved the princess, destroyed the Black Swamp Fortress and trained everyone. He has great skills and character. But someone objected that the academy would not accept such students, and they did not meet its requirements and standards. Lisa Andreevna, the monster, should be destroyed, according to the elder, who did not support her and was against her. If he thinks they are innocent, he has no objection, but as an elder of the academy, he has a duty to control the students. Crossing Chen is hiding in the forest. There are bad rumors about him, so the academy won't accept him because of doubts. The man asked if Mo Dai knew the guy, but she said she didn't, although that was untrue and a misunderstanding. His middle name wants to forget the protagonist, but his grandfather supports the second prince and will not go along with the first. The princess thought that an intelligent and gifted master didn't need an academy, so she wouldn't go to the Moon Academy either. Zuo Wu stated that he wouldn't go either because Knight doesn't abandon his best friend and supports him. All the masters in this world agree that they will go with him, supporting his decision and following together to a new place. The man thought that they were just children and did not realize the seriousness of the situation being brought against them. At the top of the list was Crossing Chen, and if he was not accepted, did he want to enter Wujian school? Although she is not as good as Divine Moon, if he is talented, he can negotiate his school conditions. He doesn't understand how to unleash his talent and remembers that they aren't all recruited, but Kinshin is also good. He then began to be offered various options for admission, given his talent and accomplishments in martial arts. He is very talented and should have been gotten. In recent years, students have only chosen Divine Moon. With him, the outcome of the tournament academy could change. He was even offered to join the Red School, which is located in the center of the capital. He was indeed almost torn apart by these suggestions and was amazed at so many. At this point, the man told the protagonist that he could farm at school and be passionate about it. Of course, this interested the protagonist at that moment, and he was willing to consider the offer. He immediately agreed to go to them, but they couldn't understand why it had happened so quickly. He has enough resources to cultivate, and thanks to His Highness, he can enter anywhere, including agriculture. The man told him to think again, not to rush into a decision and to consider all his options. The elder felt that I am your teacher and examiner, and funny jokes are inappropriate in this situation. It is best if the student has always been rewarded by the royal family in previous exams. They should be rewarded for saving the princess. Chu Xin Chen thought about the royal treasury and was offered the opportunity to take the stone to break the seal. She was stuck in the secret world, clinging to a stick on the cliff they were jumping onto. So many people broke records this year and the accomplishments were outstanding and impressive. The last candidate came out. It was a fox, and someone heard that it starved to death, which was too bad. The candidate was already in place and his presence attracted the attention of everyone around him. The girl at this moment was eating like crazy, not paying attention to the people around her and their reactions. The girl told her to take her time and let herself eat in peace without worrying about time. He'll take them half a month before school starts, so have him come on time. And Chu Xin Chen thanked the teacher. The princess said she would take the master to the treasury tomorrow to pick out the treasures. She has to go as she has a lot of work to do, but her brother has asked her to take him with her so he can choose for himself. Chu Xin Chen thanked the princess, and at this moment, Zuowu approached him with a proposal. He asked if they had a place to stay in the imperial city and offered to stay with him for a while. Princess said she could come back and play with them more often, and she needed someone to take care of her. Chu Xin Chen lost his way and did not arrive at Shai Zuowu's house. And you stay here, Zishi is next door, and let him rest tonight if he needs anything. Chu Xin Chen was glad that he was sleeping on a soft bed and was pleased with the hospitality, which improved his mood. The system said he did a great job, and it's top flight, which boosts his confidence. The protagonist didn't care about those words and asked for a reward, and the system said he wouldn't fail. A new premium prop is a charming voice that can mind control your opponent for 3 seconds, a great control item. The Chu Xin Chen thought it was a disgusting card, and was not impressed with the item without seeing its usefulness. This is a great item he made using the artifact bag. It's a great prop full of charm and perfection. It works very well. The rollback time is 1 day, which will decrease as the level increases, which is convenient. The system was asking to hear him, because he needed to get stronger and use every opportunity to improve his skills. Let him think about the future since he is now celebrity, and it is important not to use the things he got from his elders. Use his things safely and don't reveal their origin to avoid unwanted attention and problems. Chu Xin Chen asked when he could use bluff and learned that he would almost become a grand master in 3 years. Everything the system gives him is very useful and he can try to improve his skills and abilities. In the morning, the guy greeted the protagonist, showing friendliness and willingness to help at any time. Chu Xin Chen then said that the new guy approached him and started talking about opportunities and offers. He then used his new item and told the guy that he liked wearing women's clothes, which surprised everyone. Then he turned around and told his mom that her dresses looked beautiful, and that was his honest opinion. She couldn't understand what was happening to him today and wondered why he looked so unusual and strange. It really looks great, and he would like to wear it too, so he asked if he could try it on. Suddenly, he loved the little dresses and realized he needed a tailor to make them to his measurements. Chu Xin Chen said it was a great item and was impressed with the quality and appearance of the new item. Happy told him to be human and not rely solely on that, as it's not always effective. The protagonist is told that the princess is waiting for him outside, and he must go to her as quickly as possible. The princess asked her assistant how she looked, if her hair was messy, and if she was okay with her appearance. She was then informed that the gentleman had arrived, and she was overjoyed at this, expecting to meet him. She was very happy about it and considered it an important moment for the occasion she had been waiting for. Chu Xin Chen was greatly surprised at how cute and pleasant the girl was. She will take him to the treasure room after selecting the treasure, and then they can go to the imperial city. Chu Xin Chen said that she looked very beautiful today, and it couldn't help but please him. When her mom was still alive, She loved to dress her up and complimented her on Milana's looks. The little princess probably has a crush on him, which is fine since it's not sisterly love. She suggested they go to the treasury first so they could choose the right treasures and weapons. After a while, they arrived at their destination and found themselves at the entrance to the treasury. All three of them got out of the carriage and headed towards the treasure house to begin their inspection. A short time later, they were already inside the treasury building, ready to begin their inspection. The princes began the process of opening the treasure trove, and the protagonists waited for it to finish. Crossing Chen looked at the atmosphere inside the treasury with slight surprise, as this was new to him. Then some sort of platform lowered them to the floor below so that they could continue exploring the treasury. As he looked around the entire treasury, he was deeply honored by how much stuff was in there and how it looked. There were many weapons and various items in front of him that surprised him with their variety. He could only choose treasures from the first level. Here were techniques, weapons, and top-quality items. She asked what he wanted and offered to help him choose, but he asked to see for himself first. He had no shortage of treasure, but his goal was to find the stone of the destructive seal. Grandfather and the others gave him a technique to help him find the stone of the destructive seal, and he began his search, but he couldn't see where the stone might be at all. The stone may be on other levels of the treasure trove, making it harder to find and requiring extra effort. At this moment, Crossing Chen himself couldn't understand what was happening, but he noticed something important. He heard that once people were not guilty, and this has been repeated many times in the context of the current situation. This man repeated many times that her people were not guilty and she alone was responsible for all events. She was the one to blame for this whole situation, and it made her feel guilty. Then she turned around and looked directly at the protagonist, and he watched her actions intently. Crossing Chen immediately recognized that it was Aunt Fox, who hadn't appeared in his life for a long time. The princess couldn't understand where he had run so abruptly, and it was causing her confusion. He couldn't tell if it was the young aunt or if it was a hallucination that had confused him. The princess couldn't understand what had happened and asked to wait for her to deal with the situation. Crossing Chen had practically approached her at this moment, and their meeting was close. She kept repeating that she was the only one to blame, without drawing attention to the rest of the participants in the events. Crossing Chen wanted to commiserate with her in every way possible at this moment and figure out what was going on. Then he saw his aunt's memories of her life. The woman was looking at him, and at that moment he had some mysterious object in his ears. There was a single book against the book wall that was illuminated in black, which caught his attention. The book had the main character's name written on it. When Crossing Chen left home, there was no one to clean, and lots determined who would clean. The elder was told that the special envoy had arrived and it was an important event for them. The man was glad that the messenger had finally arrived, and this was an important moment for him. The messenger was of a higher rank, and this created respect and expectations for his arrival. The envoy greeted Mr. Lu Lao, which was part of the official protocol and formalities. He heard that there was a problem with the secret world formation that required immediate intervention. This information was about the demonic black swamp, which was related to current events. The formation was deactivated due to a malfunction that disabled the soul. They did not find that the formation was altered, indicating possible interventions or problems. Perhaps it was because the formation had been unattended for too long, and he was going to check the security measures. He heard that the swamp demons in the secret world had become good, which changed their behavior. This secret place can no longer be used as an exam, and it will bring the black swamp back to the real world. Crossing Chen was an interesting candidate who was able to change the behavior of the swamp demons, which surprised everyone. He wanted to meet him, but at this moment, Crossing Chen was lying on the floor unconscious. The princess was glad that he was finally awake, but was also terrified that he had scared her to death. He just threw a rock somewhere and passed out, causing everyone to be worried and confused. Incidentally, he had just discovered that his aunt's phantom was connected to this stone he had touched and passed out. She never told him anything about anything to do with that stone, leaving him in the dark. The princess asked if he had chosen this stone, and Crossing Chen confirmed that yes, he had chosen it. Crossing Chen decided that he would figure out all the details himself, and would not rely on other people's opinions. Everyone was happy about the master's return, as it meant the completion of an important stage and approaching new achievements. He was informed that an important guest had arrived. Zuo Wu greeted his brother, but his mother was displeased because there were important guests here, so she told him to keep quiet. It was a messenger from a god, and they wanted to talk to him to discuss his history with the exam and plans. Let them take their time, and they will not interfere until they have discussed all important matters with the messenger. The system reported that something was wrong with the two messengers and they were suspicious. Fake systems are put on the messengers, and it was alarming because it was unclear what they were hiding. He heard that the envoys were farming in the secret world, and this country is full of talent, but the school is worse than the Divine Moon. The best school has the best resources for student development, which is an important factor in student success in learning. The system couldn't understand why he had gotten the artifact, and why he wasn't doing anything rash given his high rank. The Divine Realm is so powerful that any institution there could rival the Divine Moon in terms of resources. In his eyes, land is the most important resource and he is willing to do a lot for it. Farming is more important to him than anything else in the world, and the world is so big that if he gives him land, he'll take it. He should understand the joy of growing and appreciate the labor involved as an important aspect of his life. He realized that he was a genius because his heart did not strive for anything unnecessary, and he would not dwell on it. But if he needs help in the future, he can always seek support and advice from the right people. Chu Xin Chen can come to him anytime if he has questions or needs help. Chu Xin Chen was wary as he placed a hand on his shoulder. Afterward, he said he would definitely contact him if there was any need or problem. The messenger then turned around and said they would see each other again, leaving a mystery for the protagonist. Chu Xin Chen thought that the messenger was sick as he inserted the artifact right into him, and did so too confidently. Gabriel's system had ordered him to leave, but he hadn't listened to her, and now he had material to explore. This person was stronger and more advanced than the guy from the secret world, and retrieved the artifact right out of thin air. Locating the stone raised questions, and he realized they had some hidden agenda. Chu Xin Chen also thought about it in the moment and tried to make sense of what was happening. The girl informed the guy that his girlfriend was here. His mother told him to invite her as she was an important guest requiring special attention. It was a medicinal bath prepared by Miss Shui, and he had to soak in it for 3 days to regain his health. Most of the students had gone to Wujian Academy, and he had no idea how many invitations he had received in the past few days. They were going to start school in 3 days to avoid poaching students and preparing for commencement. It was supposed to be ready in 3 days and look quite like before, although the color didn't really matter. The mother didn't care and immersed him in the water despite his condition and preference. Wujian Academy is located in the northeast of the imperial country of Jialan, next to the vast sea and 10 islands. There are 10 islands on one hill, covered by sea rivers, and transportation was used to transport new students. It was a flying ship that performed its function perfectly, and Chu Xin Chen was happy to touch the clouds. He hoped he wasn't being as weird as his girlfriend had asked him to be, and enjoyed the moment while she spotted the burr and chased after it. After the bath, his skin became very sensitive and so he couldn't be in the sun to avoid irritation. At that moment, there was someone standing behind them. This person then began to use his power, which led to unpredictable consequences and a change in the situation. After that, the ship immediately started flipping. Everyone was confused and couldn't understand what was going on and didn't know how to deal with the situation. Zishi immediately started the ship's fall, which only added chaos and tension to what was happening. Chu Xin Chen managed to grab at the last moment and not fall, allowing him to keep his balance and control. He couldn't understand why she was grabbing for his belt again, and that only made it harder. Have her remove her hands and not hold on to his pants as it gets in the way and creates more problems. Everyone was yelling to hold on tight and whoever could help, to help in this difficult situation and avoid disaster. At this moment, the princess was helping her subordinate to ensure her safety and support in a difficult situation. She told the princess to keep everyone in order and watch their actions and behavior. Then she drove away those who held everything for the girl to ensure her safety and comfort. Chu Xin Chen was telling the girl to hang in there and not worrying about the circumstances and difficulties. That's when a guy approached him, trying to express his thoughts and offer help. And then they pounded each other very hard with their paws, making loud noises and shocking those around them. The girl couldn't understand why he relaxed and pulled his legs up sharply, not knowing the reason for this behavior. And of course, strangely enough, he didn't immediately start falling off the ship definitively after that, continuing to lose his bounce. The princess also began to fall with the girl, trying to maintain control and avoid further problems. It made her very angry that the others kept clinging to them and preventing their safe fall. She then struck her weapon directly into the water to create the desired effect and ease the situation. Everyone was immediately surprised by this decision of the princess, considering it unexpected and unusual for the situation. And strangely enough, everyone started falling from the ship into the water, creating chaos and disorder on the spot. The princess asked the girl if everything was okay, and in turn called her a good girl for showing courage. She said it was her duty. And at that moment some creature began to swim straight towards them, drawing their attention. And just seconds later, the creature had already pulled them out of the water, saving them from imminent danger. Hao Zheng was surprised by what she saw and couldn't believe her eyes when faced with the unexpected sight. At Xinla Academy, they couldn't understand why the new students hadn't arrived yet, waiting for them anxiously and eagerly. He was then informed that something was wrong with the pledge ship. The departing formation was blown up, but he managed to land in time. Dozens of students crashed near the Thunder Island. Thunder Island is a restricted area of the school and he rarely goes there. He doesn't even know what's inside the island. Send someone to investigate the cause of the ship's accident, organizes search and rescue efforts for students to ensure their safety and well-being. At this moment, the girl was hanging from the tree again, and there was also some creature behind her watching. She tried not to move at all, lest she provoke him at this point and cause aggression from the creature. When she saw her friends just wallowing, she sighed heavily, realizing the complexity and danger of the situation. She then abruptly jumped down from the tree and began to run fast, trying to avoid further trouble and danger. Those two were still holding on to the hoax. If she saw them, it was over, so she should flush them out while she could. She completely turned into the forest and started to run away from the monster, hoping on her abilities and skills to save herself. She began leaping through the trees to trick the monster even more, using her skills for stealth and maneuverability. She then launched the branch she landed on directly at the monster, trying to damage it and avoid the attack. This boar was large and blunt, but with good use of the terrain, getting rid of it would be no problem, making it easy. Right after those words, she slammed into that boar, striking out and trying to deal with the situation. She realized that things were bad, for the boar was right in front of her and posed a serious threat. At this point, another boar was also behind her, creating additional danger and complicating her situation. He was very angry with her and was furious at what was happening, which made him even more dangerous. Of course, she realized that there were two of them, and that greatly increased the danger level and complexity of the situation. But right at that moment, she was abruptly rescued by someone from those boars, providing the help and protection she needed. She thought it was a shame, though she couldn't understand what caused such feelings and thoughts to arise. She then turned back around and saw him. It was also some sort of beast that had rendered aid. At this moment, Chu Xin Chen woke up, realizing his surroundings and his condition. He immediately started looking and glancing at the girl, unable to figure out where she was or how to find her. He asked the guy if he was dead and why his face was red, wondering the reason for his condition. The guy said it was because of his sensitive skin, but didn't specify where he got the mirror he used. He realized that the ant would yell again, so Chu Xin Chen asked him if he had seen the girl and her location. At that moment he noticed her cloak in the tree, which indicated that she must be close by. Since the cape was around, she must be around somewhere too, and that helped focus the search. He didn't know how long they'd been searching, but they couldn't make out footprints on the ground, which made it difficult. The guy apologized and said that there are times when a knight's stomach is fine. Chu Xin Chen replied that he was also hungry and didn't understand what was going on. It must have been one of the 12 islands, but they could not see the other islands as the sea was vast and wide. The school should be sending out a search party soon to leave those left here and continue looking for the rest. At that moment, just beyond that sign, someone apparently came and began their approach to the place. This was the same man who had contributed to the ship flipping over, causing the accident. And the princess at this point with the girl was literally flying on her weapon, using it to move around. Although they had escaped the demon attack, they couldn't find any land or water, which made things difficult. And on a hasty note, their situation could have shut down with ease, creating additional danger and tension. At that moment someone told her to drink, for it was fresh water available to quench her thirst. It was Zimeng, who hadn't seen anyone for a long time, and was happy to meet someone familiar. She asked if they had seen Zuo to get information on the whereabouts of this important man. At this point, some person was picking the fruits of the earth, indicating their efforts to survive in these conditions. Someone immediately ran up to him and greeted him, trying to make contact and find out what was going on. He said finally, at least someone showed up and asked if he fell off the ship too. He wanted one coconut, but didn't want to drink until pay. He offered to survive together, thinking that maybe help would come soon and that would help them survive. At that moment, the man verbally looked at him, and then turned back around and looked at the roots of the tree, unclear for what, perhaps to look for shelter or food. At this moment, Chu Xin Chen and his boyfriend were literally eating leaves from the trees, trying to satisfy their hunger and maintain their strength. Chu Xin Chen noticed the coconut and told the guy about it, suggesting that he use it as a source of food and liquid. After scouring many coconut trees, they didn't find a single fruit, but here they finally did. The guy asked the protagonist if he could have a little drink. When the guy realized that if he didn't get the coconut himself, he couldn't drink it, he started doing it on his own. Chu Xin Chen shouted that there was another one there, drawing attention to the extra fine and food opportunity. But at that moment, the system began to stop him, warning him of possible danger. He asked if he thought it was strange why there were so many coconuts here if there were no coconut trees growing around. But Chu Xin Chen realized that their arrangement was leading him somewhere, and at that moment, he heard shouts that made him wary. Chu Xin Chen immediately said that someone was there, alerting the guy to the presence of other people or creatures. The boy screamed for help, for the monster was holding his head. Chu Xin Chen and his boyfriend were drawn into this strange scene, trying to deal with the threat and save their lives. Chu Xin Chen told him to hold on, and immediately grabbed his ass to provide support and protection. Chu Xin Chen asked what he was doing there, trying to understand the situation and identify his causes. At this point, he realized that the situation was getting out of control and required immediate intervention and action. In the moment, Xin Chen also apparently found himself sucked in by this monster. Chu Xin Chen said that the creature was pulling really hard, and asked the guy to help. The guy told him to hold on, and he goes after him, also grabbing his ass, helping in the struggle. At this point, he was already holding the two of them, and this stranger was watching them, assessing what was happening. At one point he came up behind him and pushed him. The three of them certainly hadn't expected this turn of events, which created additional confusion and difficulty. Chu Xin Chen realized that someone had come and the guy asked him to help. At this moment, Chu Xin Chen realized that he wasn't rolling down, keeping his balance and control over the situation. They no longer had any choice but to roll down the tunnel. Chu Xin Chen couldn't understand what kind of monster was chasing them. After a while, they finally rolled downhill. Chu Xin Chen raised his head upwards to see what had happened and assess the situation. After the fall, they encountered a bull-headed ant that posed a serious threat and was unnaturally huge. Even the worker ants, possessing the level of a great martial artist, had a strong desire to attack and fight, and there were at least 1,000 ants in that nest. The man said to himself that the most important thing was for Chu Xin Chen to think of something and find a way to deal with the situation. He decided to see if he was the chosen one spoken of and what his true capabilities and abilities were. At this point the guy started screaming, his head snapped up. Chu Xin Chen immediately came to the guy's aid. The system then told him to push under Zuo, as there could be a trap. It was better not to show the golem's hands. Right after that, Chu Xin Chen decided to save the guy with his bare hands, and then a guy joined in to help. At this point, the guy started fighting these ants. Chu Xin Chen and the guy, they didn't want to save duck down so they wouldn't accidentally get hit by the ant. Then one of the ants literally stunned the guy right in the ass. Of course, it was quite uncomfortable and painful, and he immediately cried out from the sudden pain and discomfort. This ant was a soldier at the level of a battle king, making it an extremely dangerous opponent. Let them run away. There are more and more of them, and they keep showing up in huge numbers. Chu Xin Chen then noticed one hole and realized that they needed to go there to find an exit or shelter. Without a second thought, he jumped in and rolled down again, hoping to find a safe place. Chu Xin Chen said he was leading and asked them to follow him so they could escape. At that moment, some kind of stick hit the guy's eye. Chu Xin Chen saw such an ant in front of him again, which was dangerous and required an immediate response. He realized they needed to turn around and began leading them to avoid danger and find a way out. Bullhead's nests were icy and had multiple modes of attack, making their threats serious. Zuo read a guide about ant life. The lower one went down. The fewer ant nests and threats there were. Crossing Chen couldn't realize how much more there was to descend and how many difficulties they had to overcome. They were glad that finally there were no more shoulder straps, which reduced the level of danger and stress. Why this layer of earth was so hard, and how it could be overcome, remained unknown. Crossing Chen stepped in and checked it all out, then looked down. Looking down, he noticed something incomprehensible that looked like ice, but was very strange. They couldn't figure out what it was. It was like ice but very solid, and they didn't have a shovel. There was not a single advancement. After an afternoon of chiseling, they still couldn't figure out what it was in front of them. The main character wondered if licking would help him. At this point, the guy decided to chisel this with his sword, hoping that the weapon could help in overcoming the obstacle. He said that the Sword of Light could help, as its magical power could be useful for breaking through an obstacle. Perhaps it takes spiritual power in a solid form to break through that might have helped them. They all started supporting the guy so he could unleash them from here. Still, they succeeded, and landed under the bottom of this substance. Crossing Chen then fell right on top of his partners, who were rescuing them, which created new difficulties. Crossing Chen was interested in what this was already instead of what was expected, and how it was affecting their situation. There were some flags near them all the time. It's unclear what. The protagonist wondered what the sign was, and what significance these flags had to their current situation. He was then approached and told to watch, which drew his attention to the new details. The lad noticed that water was located here, which could be a useful resource for quenching thirst. As soon as they discovered it, they began to drink it to quench their thirst and regain their strength. What 10 spiritual power? It was spiritual water, which is amazing considering the size of the ants here and their power. It was just about time to take a dip in the water, and at that moment this man continued to follow them, supporting them. Crossing Chen just ran to save his life and didn't use any special techniques, as he hadn't shown his abilities yet. The creature offered to test him once more, testing his strength and capabilities in this difficult situation. At that point, they really all got into that water, which provided relief and new opportunities. This excellent water reduced the swelling on his face, aiding in recovery and relief. The pain of the face from hell eased, he felt better, which boosted his morale and confidence. The guy's head had changed somehow too, probably from exposure to water or stress. That there was really no change, and the guy's condition remained the same despite his expectations. He said he would be a freak for the rest of his life. Crossing Chen told him not to despair and that he could get it all back. The guy apologized and said he didn't ask the protagonist his name in an emergency. As it turns out, his name is Hulu. He met a classmate before he met them and said he wanted to eat but didn't come to help even though he was trapped. At that moment, someone showed up at their door. Crossing Chen immediately sensed this and repelled this attack, protecting himself and his partners. Crossing Chen couldn't understand who it was and who dared to attack like this, creating more tension. It was the same Wolf the girl had met, and it attacked the protagonist again. He instantly attacked the protagonist again, and the attack was successful and effective. The guy didn't even have time to say his entire sentence before he was immediately attacked and couldn't defend himself. The blow was so fast that the guy failed to react in any way and was defeated. Then in the office, the guy came running and fell straight into the wall, which aggravated his condition. Crossing Chen said he was a bastard and decided to use his strength to deal with the situation. He then immediately started attacking his opponent very quickly, using all of his skills and strength. The Wolf was already right behind him at this point, which made it more difficult for the protagonist to attack. Crossing Chen was not confused and immediately started attacking the Wolf, hoping to find a way to defeat it. But he failed, as the Wolf was one step ahead and was able to dodge the blows. The realization came to the protagonist that the Wolf was much stronger than he was. Crossing Chen then used his tricks and techniques. After a while, the Wolf couldn't see where they were, giving the protagonist a chance to dodge. Crossing Chen realized that if he couldn't defeat the Wolf, he needed to escape. The Wolf noticed this and realized he needed to act quickly. The girl couldn't understand what that noise was and why her spiritual power was being sucked out again. She realized that it was indeed a hero, but he didn't recognize her at that moment because of the tense situation. After she makes her points, he he immediately asks what she's doing here and what her intentions are. Crossing Chen didn't have time to say that they should run away, as the wolf was already behind them and ready to attack. Then there was a tremendous explosion from the guy being slammed into the ground. The wolf put his paw right on his face. The cunning and elaborate movements were a secret technique that had been passed down for generations in the royal fox family. He wondered where Crossing Chen learned this technique and what its origin could mean. After a while, the three of them were simply tied up near a pole. Wolf asked if they could get a pair of pants, and a few other petty thieves wanted to make a deal with him. Crossing Chen of course denied that they were thieves, and the girl told her to explain. Then the wolf threw some human in front of them. The guy said it was a student who lied to him. Crossing Chen realized that he was the one who had pushed the guy. The girl said that Crossing Chen is not a thief and she knows him well, but he was sure she didn't know what he was up to or where he'd learned the technique, which made her distrustful. Crossing Chen was ready to tell the truth. He had actually been an orphan since childhood, and his story began when he was hungry and unhappy. When he was about to starve to death, a woman with a scar on the left side of her face appeared and gave him a secret book. Crossing Chen said that this was how he learned the technique, but it sounded like complete nonsense. After that, he was immediately thrown into the cage, which limited his options. Crossing Chen asked why they were locked up, and the wolf replied that if he didn't tell the truth, he would be tortured. Let him do whatever he wanted to him. The wolf decided he needed to reach the truth by any means necessary. The wolf then said that if it wasn't for the girl, he would have killed them. He asked if the girl had forgotten their blood feud with the humans and reminded her of her past. At this point, he simply took the girl with him, which added even more difficulty and uncertainty. Crossing Chen realized that this was another prejudiced old man who left him no choice and no way to escape. The system congratulated him for starting the escape mission, and Crossing Chen said he was a useless bastard. The system asked him not to get mad as he found out this guy had a fake system, which surprised him. It looked like he was using something to disguise himself. Crossing Chen didn't detect it at first and was surprised. The system asked if it was necessary to take away his fake system. Crossing Chen said to wait. He had something in his hand. There was some kind of notebook in there, and they couldn't figure out what it was. Crossing Chen could make out what was written here. It was a secret cipher, and the system asked for it since he had only recently learned how to decipher it. Crossing Chen assumed that it was a diary, which could contain important information. The system asked if he doubted his elected status and suggested he check it. He was constantly being watched by the organizations behind the rigged system, even more than he thought. The system asked what to do next. At this point, the man woke up and noticed the people around him and the protagonist. Everyone stood over him, and Crossing Chen asked about his health. Crossing Chen told him not to be afraid, because they were classmates and they would help him get out. Crossing Chen greeted him and informed him that Hulu was nearby. His brain had been damaged by an ant and he was in a bad condition. The guy introduced himself to An, inquired about his name and how he got there. The guy called himself Husong Laya and asked where they were and how to get to safety. This dungeon was attacked by a demon while they were steaming, and then they were held captive after a shipwreck. Now they are trying to figure out how to get out of the difficult situation and leave the dangerous dungeon. They had to come up with a plan to get out of jail so they could get back to normal life. This wolf was told he was beautiful and asked if he disagreed. It was also said that he could now live peacefully without worrying about further problems. Asked why he was leaving and what his intention was in leaving the place. People are still killing them, and they have to go out and fight. His job is to protect the place. They promised to return soon, but that promise remained unfulfilled, creating a sense of uncertainty that they never came back, and he would have grown in age, which affected his perception of the situation. The girl assured him that they were really not bad people and asked him to let them go to resolve the situation. After that, he did throw her and she fell, which complicated the situation and added to the tension. He let them go, and this place will be revealed, and the last refuge for the foxes will be gone, and he wants a taste of life. She said that Crossing Chen wouldn't say anything, and he realized that she really believed him. Alice was in this situation because she was gullible enough to believe the people who exterminated her. Let her not say more about fox guys, known for her agility, but it's bad enough she was chased by a pig. He will pass on the skills of his clan to her and explain the meaning of her name so she can use it. It's not just about skill, as they've been running for hundreds of years and their language and culture has been destroyed. ZZ is the phonetic translation of the word meaning bringing light in their language, and she should memorize it. The chapter was told that there was no sign of the other students on Thunder Island, which made it difficult to find them. The princess asked if there was any sign of the teachers or the rest of the students to find out their whereabouts. They had just been found, and the princess had ordered them not to leave but to come back and rest. She would continue to look for teachers. Ziling asked if they were looking for them underground. At this moment, a large-scale construction was taking place in the secret world. Crossing Chen said that he was very hungry, as he hadn't eaten anything for days and couldn't continue. The battle with the old monster proved too difficult, and now everything depended on the protagonist. Everyone was really tired from digging for so long, and the need to keep going made them unhappy. The guy was sure that Crossing Chen was useless and resting while he himself continued to dig his way out. This was the protagonist's plan, and he intentionally wanted the guy to work to test his skills. Of course, he had no choice, and since he wanted to get out himself, he kept looking for a way out. After a while, he did see the light from within. At this point, he poked his head through the hole he had dug and hoped for a safe continuation. And then others followed, increasing the number of people eager to get out. When they got out, they couldn't figure out where they were. They could not determine what this place was or how it related to their current location. They were glad they could finally get out and hurried up the stairs. Crossing Chen said for them to leave first to ensure the safety of the others and prevent the threat. He saw again the runes he had noticed earlier. He asked the system to give him the Teddy Hong stone, hoping it would make things clearer. The rune on the stone was exactly the same as the other runes, which could be related to the ant. Crossing Chen couldn't realize that it was all left by his aunt, and was interested in her meaning. He wondered what this information was and how it could help with current problems. At that moment, his aunt appeared behind him. They could not understand what was happening and why there was this sudden earthquake that caused widespread fear. This information explains why the mechanism suddenly activated, which was unexpected by all participants in the event. Crossing Chen took the stone and inattentively examined it, failing to notice important details that could be significant. At this moment, a pillar of some sort suddenly rose up, which caught the attention of everyone present and caused confusion. At this moment, the girl was practicing the system developed by her uncle, and diligently performed all the specified exercises. Well, after all, she almost managed to get tied up, despite all the efforts and attempts being made to prevent it. But she was able to get out in time, though her tail did get nicked, making it difficult for her to keep going. Half of the incense stick didn't burn, so there will be a double workout today to make up for the missing time. At this moment, he also felt some kind of earthquake, which was accompanied by strange vibrations and shaking. The girl asked what it was, and the Wolf immediately knew what it was based on his observations. He said that this is the heart of the underground palace, which explains what is happening and its effect on the surrounding environment. It seems someone has activated the mechanism, but the only one who can set it in motion is the princess. How is that possible? At this moment, Crossing Chen was trying to tear his hand away from this pillar, which held him strongly and wouldn't let go. The girl arrived and asked what was wrong with him. He replied that a pillar had appeared from which he could not take his hand off and which was sucking out his spiritual power. Then the Wolf also came running in with the girl to see what was going on and try to help the situation. What he saw turned him, and he walked away, not wanting to stay where he was and observed the situation. He saw the princess in front of him, which surprised him quite a bit in this situation given all the previous events. Lu Ming asked what was going on. He scanned the area with his divine sense and found no traces. Maybe they aren't on this island, or maybe they should scour the neighboring islands for the right tracks. At that moment, they also felt an earthquake, which was transmitted to everyone present. The guy tried to call out to the protagonist to run with them as well, but Crossing Chen didn't respond to his calls. Crossing Chen told him not to go down since he was fine, let them go out and he would follow them. At this point, the guy was the first to want to get out despite the difficulty. Still, they finally made it to the exit, despite all the obstacles they encountered along the way. He spotted the border and realized that this was definitely the way out, which gave him hope for a speedy rescue. And after a couple seconds, he started to climb out, hoping that now he could get to safety. Crossing Chen saw this and realized that they had found the exit they so desperately needed. The girl told him to deal with his problem first before continuing their onward movement and actions. At this moment, the Wolf was still surprised to see the princess. Crossing Chen didn't realize which princess was sucking everything out of him, and what exactly he could do to save her. At that moment, he put his paw down to stop the mechanism, which continued to run. Chu Xin Chen was surprised, for some mechanism that had previously been stopped had started up again, and it was unexpected. The girl was surprised at what she saw, as the situation was clearly not what she had expected or planned for at the moment. He's not a princess, her soul is too weak to even keep the mechanism turned on, which was an added worry. Then how did he do all this? Why he's wearing the princess scent? Why it's like this? It remained a mystery. Chu Xin Chen realized that the princess's scent might be coming from the stone he was holding and studying. Chu Xin Chen understood everything and asked if he was one of Aunt Hung's people or an assistant sent by the princess. He saves her with this stone that is meant to save the princess, and that was his main goal. 11 years ago, there was an incident at the hotel that involved a mysterious cane flower and other events. Some guy said something else was missing and it bothered him, making him search for the missing items. He ran in and started asking where his little cane flower was and wondered if she had stolen it again. She couldn't figure out what kind of reed flower he meant, since that's what he called the common hen. He was going to get the eggs. She stole the chicken and eggs, and he demanded she give him the eggs back. Too bad she was already dead. She asked him if he wanted her to eat him and let her meet the little cane. At this point he started screaming for help, and a man walked by nearby who could help. He said she was a bad old woman, got drunk again and let her not molest his grandson, which irritated him. The boy immediately threw himself into his grandfather's arms, and that brought some relief. She said they had fun, and Chu Xin Chen resisted. She's usually good, but when she drinks, molests the child. He would ask her subordinates to see what she looked like now to understand the current state and situation. Chu Xin Chen at this moment, absorbed in watching, could not take his eyes off his aunt. She was mesmerizing him. How could she meet them, considering they were a long distance from her location? He asked if Her Royal Highness had raised him, hoping to get a clear and understandable answer. He said yes, and also added that she gave him this stone to save others. No wonder it has His Highness scent on it, and asked where she was or if she was alright. Chu Xin Chen pondered what answer to give him, as the situation was extremely complicated and ambiguous. He said she disappeared several years ago and expressed deep regret about it. If she wasn't so gullible, Liz could lead a normal life without too much trouble, but if she didn't have to constantly shuttle back and forth between people, she wouldn't have bought time, and they wouldn't have been able to build this shelter. At that moment, they all looked up, surprised at what was happening above their heads. Chu Xin Chen said that someone is destroying the border, and it seems to be his guys and the rescue team. They were asked if they had been just the other day at this lake where strange events are happening. The guy said there is an underground palace at the bottom of the lake and Chu Xin Chen is still there. Let them go and use it. They said that the man wasn't worried as the master had already gone to save him and eliminate the threat. He noticed that the seal was very strong and wondered what was behind that barrier. At this point, he began to straight up pull the protagonist and the girl out, trying to be careful. Then, using his palm, he continued to pull them out, making sure they were safely moved. The man looked up slightly and noticed the guy approaching and questioned his condition. A guy immediately started running to him and asking if he was okay, if something bad had happened. The princess then began to hug everyone, expressing her joy and relief at their safe return. So how did they get out? And what about the old demon that somehow managed to activate the mechanism and destroy the palace? So at the last moment the old demon was buried inside. This is a forbidden zone where all kinds of demons can exist. And good thing they're okay. It's dangerous here, and it's best not to go to school. Chu Xin Chen was certainly not opposed to them going to a safe place where they could rest. After that, the two of them, Chu Xin Chen and the girl, looked at each other, exchanging glances and thoughts. This storage and communication unit is designed for foxes, providing for their needs. He needs to get out of here so no one suspects he's here and avoid any unnecessary questions. As for him, let him take this stone, since he is being enlarged, considering him an heir, and let him see what he will do. When he goes out from here, collect 10,000 spiritual stones. Chu Xin Chen was of course surprised by such a large figure and couldn't believe that it was true. This mechanism requires a lot of spiritual power, which they don't have, so they have to use spiritual stones. Chu Xin Chen asked what they were for. He began to tell me that this mechanism was of great importance and could dramatically change the current situation. It is this mechanism that can bring the island back to life, restoring it to its former state and functionality. They come back, so the path must be traveled carefully so you don't fall and hurt yourself again. Crossing Chen never thought that his aunt could do something like this. Her actions were unexpected, but he can't collect 10,000 spirit stones even if he tries hard, as it's an extremely difficult task. The system said that he was in a hurry, could not slowly collect the stones, and she was congratulated for completing the mission. Morale was raised to the ground. Crossing Chen asked how he managed to be so obnoxious in every mission. System asked if he wasn't the one who returned the tractor and what he was going to do with this guy who was left behind. If it consumes him, the system will be in disarray and will not be able to send another as all options have been exhausted. He laughed in a very disgusting way. His laughter was unpleasant and made others feel uncomfortable. At that moment, the princess approached him, drawing his attention and reminding him of the current events. She said that here was the main island with a school where she could learn and grow. From now on, she will go to school with her teacher and will definitely train hard to improve her skills. Guide, for his part, wants to spend every day in the training room practicing with his sword and improving his skills. Crossing Chen, on the other hand, will be farming, taking care of the land and agriculture in his new place. There were quite a few people gathered in the square outside the school and the atmosphere was lively and dizzy. The head said they were suffering, they needed to rest, and the princess asked if they could look around the school first. He said it was possible, but he was in a hurry, so they would be conducted by another person to keep time. The princess thought that this school was for ordinary people, but it looked quite grand, so let them be escorted to the dormitory first. When they saw what it was like, everyone was amazed and shocked at its condition and furnishings. Crossing Chen said the building is a little different. Their school was renovated last year, but after the renovation, the funds were not enough for the entrance area. When the princess went inside, she said that everything looked even worse inside than outside and expressed her displeasure. She saw the cockroach and immediately set about removing it. The guy said it was a bit of a cold, but no big deal here. There must be a training room here. He asked if they could show him its location to start practicing and training. When they arrived at the place, there was some very old house that looked extremely neglected and clumsy. The guy explained that this is a 2-year-old hall and the equipment inside should be used with caution as it is too old and worn out. Then the guy said they wanted to drop out of that school, and the girl added that it didn't matter and asked if they had a library. The guy, of course, took her to the library as she had requested, despite the general state of the school and its shortcomings. From this point on, they too were very dissatisfied with the condition of the school and the lack of necessary comfort and convenience. Crossing Chen said for them not to be so demanding. The most important thing is that the land is good. He wanted to see the allotment. The guy brought him to the place and told him that here it was, the land that was for their work and future use. They had actually planted this field before, but nothing ended up growing, probably because they didn't know how to plant properly. Here the ground was even worse than it had been on the marshes and required considerable effort to improve and prepare for further work. The guy said they didn't do it again because previous attempts had failed and frustrated them. Lunch in the canteen today was a failure as the food prepared was burnt and not up to the required standard. The burnt potatoes caused the princess to become furious. She asked where the cook was and if he knew how to cook, threatening punishment. At this point, she did go looking for a cook to handle the situation and resolve the food quality issue. But then she came running back abruptly, seeing that there were a bunch of cockroaches in the kitchen, which only added to her displeasure. Crossing Chen asked how this school got to where it is now, given their relative plight. Some who come here cannot even pay tuition, and the school is supported by aristocratic means, counting on the help of the imperial court. But this year the vice principal found them, and I'm not sure they'll take their place, as the vice principal is very cool and does a lot for the school. They realized that things were neglected here and that many aspects needed serious improvement and support. The deputy was very kind and asked them to focus on training, emphasizing that they had to work hard. Crossing Chen thought about his words at this moment and realized the importance of completing the tasks at hand. The man wondered why his uncle had called him, and could not understand the reason for such an unexpected summons. He informed him that there would be no emperor's help this year. They said the accident at the beginning of the school year was used as an excuse to cut off aid even though the cause of the accident had not yet been investigated. It turns out that the emperor has no power or authority, so he can't provide help, and the Lu family doesn't want to go against the Zhu family. He was a 3-star battle king and the son of his family. He had a great future, but he spent his time helping poor children and those in need. But he spends his time at this worthy school for the sake of kids who can't afford to attend. Today he asked him to think about his future here as he has no prospects unless he changes his attitude. But the man knew that he could not give up, as it went against his inner beliefs and future plans, and he would continue to fight. At least he can't give up despite the rain and the challenges the schools face and must keep fighting. Chu Xin Chen came running to him and asked what was wrong, as he had already finished his inspection and saw that the school was in a poor state. He apologized for the poor conditions they found in the school and regretted the condition and level of service. Chu Xin Chen looked around and found that the atmosphere of the school here is great and the students are friendly and motivated. It's just that the school lacks money. The school has a great way to make money, and he asked if anyone was listening to his suggestions for improving the financial situation and finding solutions. Someone heard that there would be no help for the school this year, and this was a significant blow to their plans. It's not like the school is closing. He worked so hard to get here, and if there's no help, he might just drop out if there's no money. Then a guy came running to them and told them that they teach farming there, which added more information about the direction of the school and its plans. The deputy said that in the future the school will be self-sufficient, so farming should be promoted. Good work is even paid for and supported. Chu Xin Chen said that this shit was on demo and that we need to improve the soil quality to get a positive result and a good harvest. It should be mixed with soil at the rate of 50 grams per eye to improve the soil quality and ensure better plant growth and development. Magical shit is black gold in his eyes. He had collected a whole ring of the stuff before he left the cottage and went to work. The guy said he was very sick after working with this material, indicating the difficulty and severity of working with such fertilizer and material. However, the ring has limited reserves and will not be able to improve more than a few dozen sites because manual labor is required. Chu Xin Chen called a group of his men from the Black Swamp to help with improving the soil and carrying out work on the area to be improved. The rooms are in poor condition, and he knows everyone was disappointed with that condition. But bad conditions are never a reason to rest. Wasn't that the case with them at Black Swamp, where they worked hard? This was the development plan that the deputy had discussed, and it involved improving things and getting the school up to scratch and bringing in new resources. Currently, there are not enough teachers and most students learn on their own, without any rules, which makes the educational process difficult. He wants to promote agriculture and economic development so that they can progress together with glorious ideals and the drive to succeed. If they were able to turn the Black Swamp into a green, beautiful mountain, they can also help the school rise, as unity and justice is always their goal. Chu Xin Chen screams about how he can't rewrite the school's history, and they'll do everything they can to make it happen with their best efforts. They will explore the oceans because he has in-depth knowledge and skills on the subject, making him an expert in the field. The princess thought it was very cool as just a few words made everyone active. She wants to be just like the masters to inspire her. At this moment, some people were having a lot of fun, expressing their joyful mood and contentment with what was happening. No one could understand why all these people were acting so cheerful. Their behavior seemed unusual and hard to explain. Who knows? Maybe there is some other method of growing crops. These rich kids came to play with them and do farming and cultivation, curious about new approaches. Who knows? They decided to listen to the deputy director first to get the information and guidance they needed. The man was watching them intently at this moment, scrutinizing their actions and reactions. The school's student council has only one main goal at this point, and it is crucial to their future plans. This goal, of course, is to earn the money they need to achieve their goals and ambitions. Their council will organize a group of 5 students to study the cultivation of spiritual herbs. They will sell these herbs and will not keep them for special use. It will be difficult for them to start without money and proceed with any plans, so they need to sell the grass. Mr. Liu also went to the capital to accept more than 100 tasks, which will allow him to earn some money. It was clear to them in principle what needed to be done, and they were ready for the next steps. Hao Zheng said that they couldn't borrow money from her family because her family had money, and that would be wrong. At first, he also talked to the gentleman about borrowing money to invest. If they don't help, they automatically oppose the Mu family, so he suggested that they should not disgrace their families by providing them with the necessary help. His parents would probably rather the school close and she had a better school, because her brother and father didn't want her to enroll here. In addition, there are research departments, and Wujian is mainly saline alkaline land. As it turned out, At that moment the man was eavesdropping on their conversations. He couldn't figure out if Chu Xin Chen was really only thinking about farming. Not many significant accomplishments have been made since he entered the school. 3005 said that the chosen one has 3 characteristics. The first is strong, the second is that he likes to be the center of attention. All women fall in love with him. The third is that he has a system. First, the first option is not suitable because Chu Xin Chen is only a 5-star martial artist and likes farming. The second option is based on his observations in the past 2 days. It seems to fit, but it doesn't quite fit either, as there are some inconsistencies. As for the system, he hadn't seen him use it during the desert island crisis, which called into question his status as the chosen one. But that didn't matter, as he needed to keep an eye on him and wait for the Lord's orders, which was his main task. The guy really followed all of the main character's actions throughout everything he did. Even when Chu Xin Chen went to the restroom, the guy continued to watch him. Chu Xin Chen had noticed this, of course, and he couldn't understand why he would follow him when he was in the restroom. He thought he couldn't spot it because the system appears as soon as he approaches. It's stronger than him, so it can't change what it appears as it approaches. Now with school working on making money, this dog is out of work and can't even follow him, so he has to figure something out. He has too many things to do every day, so he would like to find a secretary to make his job easier. Some girl said that the 3 of them could help him. They had their own thing to do, and it wouldn't be good to bother them all the time. But he said it was fine and they would be happy to work with the gentleman every day, making them willing to cooperate. The guy realized that this was his chance, and if he became a secretary, he could keep an eye on the hero. The guy asked if he could be his assistant to be able to participate and help with the organization. The girl couldn't understand who he was and how he could claim to be an assistant, as if he could steal their master. She also asked how well he would do as a secretary. Chu Xin Chen replied that there was no need to put up a fight for him since the 3 of them were working late into the night to help him, which was beyond their 4-hour work schedules. The good thing is that the guy is willing to help, and he has to handle the tasks to ensure the job is done efficiently. Chu Xin Chen said that he would leave all these matters to him, which meant handing over the responsibility of organizing the work. It's only half a day's worth of work, can Dale get right on it. From now on he has to plan the gentleman's daily routine and organize all the papers and files before handing them over to him. If he took their job, he must do it right. If he performs poorly or wants to quit, let him not accuse them of being ruthless, for he will be judged for lack of productivity. They then told him to quickly sit down at work and start doing all the necessary tasks. The fabrication plans suggested by the training department were brought to him for him to review and execute. He was then asked if the application for a new dormitory had been approved, which required additional attention. He didn't want to deal with the issue at all, as his main job was to look after the main character. Chu Xin Chen thanked them for their help and for helping him sort out the tasks. They are always happy to help and support him. Let him not blame them if he loses his job, because the important thing is that they won't come after him if he doesn't fulfill all the requirements. At that moment a girl came running to him, bringing news or inquiries related to his tasks. She asked him to look at a new variety of rice that was resistant to the conditions, and if they could grow it, the school would become self-sufficient and no longer need to sell spiritual herbs to buy food. Let the scholars follow this alchemical project and start it. They should also give the money earned from the sale of rice to the advertising department to buy a camera to shoot the advertisement. This advertisement will feature a princess, adding value to the project and appealing to potential customers. The girl asked why she was so inattentive since she had cut her hand again, but replied that it was just a small cut that wasn't worth much attention. She can't just ignore a small cut, so have her try the black swamp wound healing pill, which is effective in treating such injuries. The Jialan family's secret recipe contains many precious herbs and is specially designed for immortal practitioners, making it unique and effective. The pills have a sweet taste and are effective for both internal and external wounds. Even if someone's head fell off, this pill would stop the bleeding. She then demonstrated that the sleeve was fine, assuring everyone that everything was fine. This pill will protect you and your life, and it is recommended by the princess herself. They cannot buy it from Wujian School as it is exclusive. Chu Xin Chen watched this entire moment, assessing what was happening and drawing his own conclusions. Of course, it was a complete failure in their advertising and the results didn't match expectations. The Jia family, represented by Grandpa, wanted to see someone again to discuss current affairs. He asked how she was doing at the academy, if she was focused on training and fulfilling her duties. As the heir to the family, it's easy enough to train, but she also needs to socialize with people, especially Ishin, who happens to be her fiancé. When Wujian goes bankrupt, the princess and two children from famous families will also enter the academy, so she should walk more with them and keep in touch. Their situation seems to be pretty good lately and they are making some progress. There was really no comparison to their products anywhere, and that created problems. The guy was yelling for everyone to come in and look at the latest hit of the season, the Black Swan pill, a great pill at a great price. The princess claimed she had a great pill and let them buy it now, getting a free pack of ointment, a great tonic for the face and hands. Let them see the ad if they're interested. It doesn't say the princess herself recommends this pill, but it's implied. They transferred the photo onto stone paper, which looked very professional and attractive. A shop with cool stuff from the school showed up as the poor school was barely making ends meet and started selling merchandise. It's a shame for the royal family that the princess doesn't train properly and do this kind of filming, but the wound pill is better than other pills because it's the secret formula of the Zuo family. But they didn't believe it and thought it was all a lie. Someone asked the lady, such a secret family recipe actually existed. It was the poor people who stole the idea from somewhere. At this point counts were taking place and at the end 150,000 were recorded. Chu Xin Chen reported satisfactorily that they had earned 158,000. Scholarships are primarily awarded to students from low-income families in good academic standing. Items requiring funding should be submitted to secretary who as soon as possible. Then they failed to follow through on a plan for a new product they were supposed to release. The system asked where he got his ointment recipes from. He replied that he studied everything when he was on the mountain. We need to take advantage of this turmoil before anyone knows the recipes. A neighboring school suddenly came and started bullying them, which led to conflicts. This is when the violence and beating of the students was really happening. There was complete chaos going on, and it was unclear what had started it all. Some guy was saying that a real poor school emits a stinky odor everywhere and expressing contempt for them. They were arrogant people again. There are no rules between schools that give them the right to beat up other people. But he said he was doing his job and just beating people up without giving it much thought. His brother bought their pill, and after taking it, he started bleeding profusely. They have bad intentions, and they're selling poison under the guise of a secret recipe. Shouldn't he be able to figure it out? They came and said that their pill was not poison as claimed. Let them show proof and provide a prescription to prove their case. Why should he believe them if they have no proof? They continued to be beaten and the situation became increasingly tense. The guy asked what he could do and if he dared to fight back against those poor bastards. Have them hand over the prescription or he'll take it away if they don't cooperate. At that moment, someone couldn't stand it and punched him right in the face. Of course, he was unable to react to the blow as he let himself get hit. They couldn't understand who dared to hit this young master. It was Chu Xin Chen who repeated his words and beat him to death as promised. Then he said he would bleed and let him stop it. After that he gave him a pill. He said the bleeding has stopped and the meds are working very well. After Chu Xin Chen said that he was glad that the pill was working, he punched him again. Chu Xin Chen asked why the hell he said his pills were for blood clotting and poisonous. The guy replied that he wasn't afraid to hit him and asked if he knew who he was. He thinks he has too much courage. The princess came and asked if he thought he could insult her. He immediately began to apologize, but admitted that he came to pick a fight. His name is Jiyu-kun, and he said that the blood-clotting pill has recently caused a lot of controversy. Many people have seen side effects after taking it. He thinks the school is using her fame to enrich themselves by adding something to the medicine, which is why he asked them to provide the prescription to protect their reputation. The princess said it was nonsense and there were no side effects. In her opinion, the Ju family hospital was accepting patients with side effects, and the guy was telling the truth. The second principal commissioned an investigation into the case. First there was a school ship accident, then the ministry began an inspection of their school, and closure may eventually follow. Everyone was extremely surprised by the information they received, which shocked them and made them unable to believe in the reality of what was happening. They couldn't believe it was true and thought it was the end. However, Someone at that point said it wasn't going to happen and was confident that things would change for the better. It was the vice president who said he had just returned from the ministry after discussing that if they came in third place in the tournament, no big deal. His Highness the Grand Prince is willing to vouch for their school and has expressed his confidence and willingness to support them in their time of need. The princess was surprised that her brother was willing to go to such a length, which was unexpected to her. At this point, the guy laughed and asked again about the third place, not believing it had any significance. Let them not mention third place, because they didn't even pre-qualify. Is that so? It doesn't make sense. They thought a few new students would help them succeed in the tournament, since the academy holds team competitions and their average strength looked ridiculous. He then told the princess at this school was totally unworthy of her and expressed his disappointment and negative opinion of the current situation. He came here today to deliver a message from the second prince that she was constantly harming the family's interests and wouldn't stay like this for long, so let her be a good girl and go to the Star Academy. The princess asked if he knew she was sick of two types of people, the first type being the hated second prince and the second type being the loyal dog of the second prince. The second type was the loyal dog of the second prince, which made her irritated and disgruntled towards this man. The guy was beaten badly afterward and was in a terrible state after the brutal punishment. He and his associates were then hanged to demonstrate the consequences of their actions and to publicly condemn their behavior. Who he threatened is trying to use this to put pressure on her, which is an attempt to manipulate and create additional stress. The princess asked Master Len how she was Tai, to which Chu Xin Chen replied that everything was fine, and she looked ready to train. There was discussion in the crowd that these freshmen were too impulsive and curious, which raised questions and doubts about their behavior. He's supported, so he's not afraid. But the Ju family won't hold a grudge against them, will they? They won't be in the top 3. So why pass on the recipe? The princess was really pissed off and asked what was wrong with them, expressing her annoyance and displeasure towards the current situation. They're helping them, they're only doctors, and now they also want to hand over prescriptions, which seemed odd and inappropriate. May she not be angry? Does she realize that they can't do anything to them? If they get beaten, they will get over it as it won't affect their training. They only want to do it for protection, and their goal is to keep themselves safe, not to hurt others. The men told the princess not to be angry and asked her to come with them, as they had important matters to discuss. The princess asked if he wanted them to participate in the academy tournament, which was a key question for her understanding of the situation. Didn't he see that guy's arrogant face? They should win. And the man said that the school's students weren't too active in the tournament, and it would be better with them. If they are sure he will have a special training course in a few days, it will be helpful in preparing for the tournament. Here is the practice plan, and they can familiarize themselves with it to prepare for the tournament and follow the outlined requirements. The princess was surprised that classes were held at 2 a.m., which was unusual and unexpected for her. The tournament will first be a team competition with 30 competitors, and the winning 14 schools will qualify for an elite tournament with 7 competitors, with results based on cumulative scores. The system woke the guy up and told him to wake up and listen since it was 5:30 even though he usually gets up at 7. This year, 63 students are ready to participate, and 30 of them will be chosen to represent the school and decide its fate. However, he expects more from them than just a place in the top 3. And first place will only be recognized by everyone if they take it. The first place team this year will earn the right to enter the Sword Tomb, which is a significant prize and accomplishment. The Sword Grave is located in the western part of the country, where the Sacred Sword Pavilion used to be, where great masters left their treasures for future generations. Zuo will realize that if he visited there, his life would not be in vain, and they would definitely try to rank first. In addition, the first place team was entitled to a prize of 5 million yuan, which was a significant reward, and Chu Xin Chen immediately stood up. The man said that it was good and proper, but they needed to raise their cultivation level as soon as possible to meet the requirements of the tournament. Last year's teams are at least 2-star martial artists, and the strongest opponents were at the peak of great martial artists. 5 stars is a new level, and each level brings a new technique, which puts them at a severe disadvantage against opponents with higher skills. Chu Xin Chen asked the system if he could get martial arts techniques since he didn't have any, although the skill cards he had gotten were his techniques. The bluff skill has a cooldown of 3 years, and the enchanted vow skill has a cooldown of 1 day, which is to Lan to cool down and needs improvement. Let him hurry up his training, as being a 5-star martial artist for Lan would not give him an advantage, and all great martial artists should reach the realm of a great martial artist as soon as possible. The man studied agricultural practices that are great for strengthening the foundation of their body. Today's training consisted of tilling 50 acres of land each, which was a physically demanding task. More seeds need to be energized with spiritual energy to ensure survival, because of the soil problem, as tilling 50 acres of land requires a constant pumping out of spiritual energy. The guys in the composite group need to catch 1,000 fish with their spiritual power without a fishing rod, and the group with the earth and wood technique will build a dormitory with their spiritual power, which is convenient for practicing. Crossing Chen realized that he didn't want to just kill time and do an interesting work. A hobby turns into a task and stops being a hobby, and he doesn't want to work without rest and get too much stress. And this moment, the guy who was doing the same thing in the secret world didn't feel tired at all despite the intensity of his training and constant exertion. Crossing Chen envied his strength, seeing how easily he could handle trials that would themselves be very difficult and time-consuming for an ordinary person. He was told not to lose concentration, keep practicing well, and take pills to restore his spiritual strength, especially when it was depleted after long training sessions. Let them keep the body in a constant state of high stress to improve endurance and preparation, which will help in upcoming trials and challenging situations. The man had really been training her all this time, paying attention to every detail and directing her efforts to maximize her workout results. Then there will be a discussion of group assignments, and they can only after the class is over. Everyone needs to hurry up to have time to prepare for the next stages. The princess said, "It's a special training. You have to catch a lot of fish first and then there will be a theory lesson." She wants them all to do as well as possible. In the end, the gap between them and other institutions was too big and the teachers have a hard time to maintain the required level of learning. The school lacks teachers and many of them have long left, which creates additional difficulties in teaching and organizing the learning process. He's the only one currently capable of leading a special training class. She doesn't know how much she can take. Crossing Chen didn't listen to them at all at this moment and just relaxed, lying to himself and enjoying the moment before the upcoming trials and training. Meanwhile, the man was reading something, studying the details and specifics of the upcoming events to be ready for anything. He realized that the intensity of training was too high. In one day alone, 9 people had applied to withdraw from the competition, and the difference in strength was great. One can compensate for lack of strength through tactical strategies. Today, they had an assignment to write a team competition strategy analysis to improve their tactical thinking. Analyzing the combat strategy in team competition, the first group will consist of the 10 strongest, and the remaining 20 competitors will be in support. When he read all these strategies, he didn't even know how to react. They were as simple as possible and not up to the level of analysis and training required. He reassured himself that he just didn't know these kids well enough to judge their abilities and their level of strategic thinking. Still, he found one analysis very good. Some of the ideas suggested here were new and promising for use in upcoming competitions. He remembered that Crossing Chen was sleeping in class. He was so secretive and didn't show his real intentions and condition. The man really thought about this strategy. Everyone was surprised when they were shown the real-life simulation. It was so believable that no one could distinguish it from the real conditions. This year they had enough money and resources to activate the illusory information in the training room. Inside would be a simulation that mimicked real combat conditions. The illusion room was now available. He had been at the school for 3 years and was finally able to use the training room to simulate real fights without risk of injury. They now have 50 for people to divide into 2 teams for the simulation. Each team gets 27 points for killing an enemy and loses 1 point for the death of an ally. The winner is the team with the most points after 2 hours. Next, they will draw lots to divide the participants into teams, determining who will be in which group for the upcoming simulation and combat trials. Crossing Chen pulled out numbers that matched the people he didn't want to be on the same team with, which made him somewhat uneasy. His friends all ended up together on the same team. He couldn't figure out if the gap between them and the other members was too wide. Crossing Chen said that almost all the great martial artists are on the opposite side. How can they compete with such strong opponents? The man said that this was not the case. They could pull it off if they acted decisively and used all their skills and abilities. Zuo Wu walked up to him and told him not to worry, for he would not be lenient on the team, and they should be ready to fight. Have them go into the formation one at a time to prepare for the start of the simulation and become ready for the challenges ahead and team interaction. When they step into the simulation, their souls will enter the illusion. The two teams will be in different places, and on his signal, both teams will start acting at the same time. The girl, of course, also participated in the simulation, which was an important aspect of understanding her skills and abilities in a combat environment. Chu Xin Chen was more prepared than ever. He had prepared thoroughly and was ready for any challenges that might arise during the simulation. When the man finished his report, not all participants stepped into the simulation immediately. Some delayed, which could affect the outcome of the upcoming tests. The man began rolling between the participants, checking their readiness and condition before starting the simulation to make sure everyone was ready to fight. This division into such teams was actually his intention. In an official battle, it would probably be inferior to their opponent in every way. Chu Xin Chen had great leadership skills. He wrote such a good strategy, and he was confident of its effectiveness. Let him see how far he can go with this strategy and how it will help him achieve his goal. Chu Xin Chen realized that it was so dark that nothing could be seen. At that moment he fumbled for something soft which turned out to be part of the man's ass. He wondered why the man was pinching him and felt uncomfortable. It was the man's ass. He asked why the man was pinching him and felt awkward, not knowing how to respond to the situation. The guy was scared to death and didn't dare to make a sound or move, trying to remain as inconspicuous as possible. It was very dark here, which hindered further action. They couldn't use a light source that was too bright as it could lead to them being detected. Chu Xin Chen said that the illusion doesn't last long, so he will check the area first to see where they are and make the best use of the environment. When he started to check, all he saw was the forest and nothing else. Chu Xin Chen asked them to first of all talk about their martial soul abilities to better understand how they could use their skills. Should they really act now, or would it be better to wait until dawn to take advantage of daylight and improve their chances of success? That's because it's dark until the other side acts. In addition to the points for killing, the simulation has battle flags that give extra points if they capture them. They can't fight the other team to their full potential, so they need to look for extra points while they can to improve their chances of winning. At this moment, they were instantly attacked by someone, causing the situation to change suddenly and quickly. It was Zuo Wu, who said it wasn't bad for him and offered to fight him to test his strength. Chu Xin Chen said that we need to say less words and act faster to not waste time and keep the advantage. Then there was an incredible explosion right in front of him, which caught his attention and caused confusion. The princess appeared before him and asked where it was that he had gone, showing concern for his whereabouts. They made a plan. First they need to kill the master who is the core of the opposing team. The princess suggested to split into two groups. One should find the battle flag, the other should kill the master. The princess asked if they could defeat the master, although he is not a great martial artist, but was one in the Black Swamps. Let her not worry. He had already asked him, and he said he used his family's magical weapons, but he was afraid they might be stolen, so he wouldn't use them in large quantities. After that, the princess agreed and said that they would kill the master first as planned. Chu Xin Chen realized that these guys didn't hate him, but were just following their own plans. At that moment, he noticed something odd that caught his attention and raised more questions. It was Zizia's own Zizia, who suddenly appeared in front of him, which surprised the protagonist. She said she would show him the effects of the special training they had been undergoing, showing off their improved skills and abilities. But he was easily able to deal with her without even looking at her actions, which showed his high level of training. She said he sucked her spiritual power again. Let her hit him if it would help get her powers back. The guy told her not to worry. They would avenge her and he would definitely help her deal with the situation. Chu Xin Chen was actually running away from them at this moment to avoid further clashes and conserve his strength. But at this moment, he smiled and called them bastards, showing his contempt for his opponents. At this moment some people were watching all this from behind the trees, remaining invisible to the participants. The girl couldn't figure out where everyone had gone and told the guy to wait until she figured it out. And just at that moment, she fell into some kind of trap. Not everyone is trapped, except for the protagonist, who manages to avoid the trap and continue on his way. At that moment some demons appeared, unclear from where, which surprised everyone present and created a new threat. They were quite surprised at what was happening, not expecting such an unexpected attack from unknown creatures. Chu Xin Chen assumed that they would definitely come to kill him first. He planned to lure them into a trap given that the area was surrounded by trees and perfect for an ambush. They divided this section into 3 parts and ambushed 6 men in each part. Zuo Wu and the princess would definitely be ahead, so the first part of the plan was based on catching the pursuit and organizing an attack. The guy couldn't understand what this was even about and was trying to make sense of the complicated situation he found himself in. They should mainly attack the healers and support, especially Shui Xiaoling. They should take advantage of this and destroy her as soon as possible. Of course, the girl immediately understood his plan, but not completely, which left some questions. At that moment some creature or something grabbed her, which was a sudden and unpleasant surprise to everyone. And the guy and the princess at this moment were trying to get out of this trap, making every effort to find a way out. It was as if they had somehow succeeded, but it wasn't certain, and they couldn't be sure of their success. And the guy at this point started coughing up blood, indicating that he was in serious health and physically strained. He said he could no longer hold up under attack and felt very weak. At this point, he dragged him back and told him that he should be careful not to get into more trouble. Another team from the other side was moving towards them. Let them take care and avoid the hidden arrows, and run to the west side. 3 stay in the forest. The guy can't run anymore and can leave him behind. Chu Xin Chen took him in his arms and asked if he was joking. How could he leave him behind? At this moment, Chu Xin Chen noticed that they were beginning to be attacked, making their situation more difficult and requiring them to react quickly. After that, he literally started fighting off attacks with the guy to protect himself and his ally. Then came the arrows that started hitting them, which added extra danger and tension. Chu Xin Chen said he was watching the secretary and would cover for him to ensure his safety. The princess shouted for them not to try to run and for everyone to follow them, keeping up and working together. They are absent-mindedly organized, and if they pursue the enemy, it could lead to another ambush. Their team had just found the battle flag, so she offered to discuss new tactics. But the princess didn't listen to her at all and wanted to chase the enemies. Zizia had already come to her senses and wanted to take revenge on the protagonist. And he was just approaching her, preparing for the next step in their conflict. Chu Xin Chen looked at her and smiled at this moment. He said he got there just in time and grabbed her, which allowed him to get the upper hand. He then used her as a human shield and told them to keep attacking him, which gave him a tactical advantage. The princess shouted for them not to attack the girl, but to try to attack the main character, which changed the direction of their actions. The girl said that he was shameless and shameless. Chu Xin Chen laughed at her words, not taking them seriously. There's a river to the west, and there's a hidden water spell that could have made a difference, but it was overlooked. At this point, the arrow did hit the girl, which drew the attention of everyone involved. Of course, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to this, as it could affect the course of events. It was the same arrow that hit her. Chu Xin Chen was surprised that this had actually happened, for it now changed the outcome of events. He saw the look on the girl's face and realized that she hated him very much. The princess couldn't understand what was wrong with him. Hadn't she told him to avoid the girl, an attack, and could go after her to save her? That's why she had to do it. They can't let her go after them. Wasn't it enough for her that they had already chased after them and lost so much? They had such a big difference in level and they still managed to kill 6 people. If they didn't arrive in time, she had planned on wiping out the entire team. The girl was a shield, which is now gone and the point will be deducted, but they have a battle flag and a point advantage, so they lose nothing. There was no need to kill the girl. She didn't lose a point. She's one of them. How could she just kill her? It's a practical exercise, not a demonstration of her friendship. After the men from their team came to pursue the protagonist, they didn't think through the tactics. The protagonist was asked if they were behind schedule or if something went wrong. She was asked if she thought they were playing a game here, who said it was a game. She can't do whatever she wants. The guy couldn't take it anymore and decided to stop her to prevent further infractions and ensure the plan was carried out. At this point, they both looked at her very angrily, expressing their displeasure. He immediately approached the enemy team, The man couldn't understand why it had come to this. A feud started within the team. Why the other team just observes and doesn't interfere is creating more problems. It didn't matter to him. It had to stop. There was 1 month left, and he must first teach the children to understand each other. At this moment, he felt some changes in his head that became noticeable and affected his perception. And not everyone in the moment started to seem to disappear. Chu Xin Chen was surprised at what began to happen as events began to unfold in unexpected ways. They couldn't understand why they were suddenly back. They were told the simulation had broken. At that moment they noticed the master lying on the floor. Everyone was asking what happened to the master. The overstretching and internal organ damage was unexpected at the level of a battle king. The deputy was under a lot of stress. This time, he would have to take a leave of absence to recuperate. They didn't know what to do as the competition was only 1 month away and the situation was getting more and more tense. Teachers were already in short supply. The only one who could teach was sick. The girl couldn't understand why Chu Xin Chen was looking at her so intently. He remembered how the Wolf had suggested he teach the students. Chu Xin Chen had heard that he was secretly training one person, so he decided to ask, but the person immediately turned him down. How can he even think about asking him to help people when he clearly has no interest in doing so? Currently, most of the Supreme Foxes are currently occupying their positions and the two valleys share a common defense system. If they take the first place, he could team up with their team and sneak into the valley to save his people. He knows he hates the human race, but not all humans are enemies. The students and their school did not humiliate him. Some things are really lacking, but if we combine all forces, we can achieve a great revival of the Fox clan, so let him come and teach at the school. But he still turned him down and told him to leave without showing any desire to help. At this moment, Li Mu picked up some stick and looked at the situation with displeasure. He asked her if she was making an arrow. She had been too harsh on the princess today, and her behavior was unacceptable, adding to the tension on the team. Even if the simulations for training don't make money, they are still important and the president tries to make them as good as possible. But they are really strong. If they work together, their school could close for the year and this year's team would win. That's a lot of money. There will be funds for each sister to cure her illness, and the VP is sick, so they can't afford more expenses. He wonders who will teach today, and the teacher is sick and unable to attend. Chu Xin Chen said that if Wu Tiu didn't show up, he would teach them, though he wasn't sure if his level could convince people. The system told him that he himself realized that he was weak and that he needed to focus on cultivation. The girl came to Li Mu and apologized for killing her in the last battle, which was important to her. But the girl said it didn't matter and that she was forced to do it. She would do it again, if she had to. The princess at this moment sat with a displeased face. The girl then said she was done and apologized. To everyone's surprise, the vice president did show up, which was unexpected. She was immediately asked if everything was okay, but he told everyone not to worry. With the competition just around the corner, there was no time to waste, so he left to find a new teacher to provide special training. At that moment, some man entered the auditorium, drawing the attention of everyone present. It was Mr. Wu Fu, a famous star martial arts emperor, which impressed everyone. They were surprised that firstly, he is a martial arts emperor, and secondly, he is an old fox. After that, it was unclear why everyone started going somewhere. He watched their simulation and commanded the battle. Someone immediately dropped dead as soon as he appeared. Someone left their teammates and their brains behind. Others abandoned the plan and simply killed their teammates. If he hadn't used their comrade as a shield, they would have lost. Everyone was horrified. He wasn't as merciful as expected, and they had to run 10 laps around the island without using spiritual energy. Everyone was quite surprised at such a severe punishment. The master was asked who the old man was, as his appearance was unexpected and unusual. They were also curious about how running could help and how it related to their current workouts. The princess asked if the old man knew how to train. Chu Xin Chen told her to be quieter as he could hear. At this point, the man approached them and said that he had heard everything, which confirmed his awareness. He said she was gossiping about him and told everyone to run 5 more laps, which added to the difficulty. The princess said she was the one who said it and let her be punished. Why should everyone be punished for her mistakes? Since they are a team, her mistakes should affect everyone, which was fair in the man's opinion. It's just like in real combat, reckless pursuit of the enemy led to trouble for the team, and its mistake here was punished. So they need to run together. Those who can't run are automatically eliminated from the competition. After a while, the girl said she couldn't run anymore and the guy offered to carry her to help her. The teacher said everyone had to run, but did not specify what could not be carried, which left room for interpretation. He couldn't protect him then, but he will now. He apologized for past mistakes and showed concern. The man at this point also wanted to be carried, which added more difficulties and unexpected situations. He takes care of things at school and agonizes during the day. He was sure that everything was only the main person's fault, as the problems are not solved and nobody wants to fix them. Crossing Chen told them to help each other. If someone can't run, let him keep up and not hinder the others, but he himself should try to do his best. At this point, the co-president was watching them, scrutinizing their actions to see how they were doing. Mr. Wu suddenly came to them last night. He was asked if he wanted to teach at Vic's school, and he thought about the offer, considering how it might affect his current position. He had been a recluse for many years and knew well the old principal of their school, with whom he had often conversed, and knew his views on the education and training of pupils. He didn't know her well, but he'd heard she'd gone missing about 10 years ago and wasn't sure if she was alive or dead, so he decided to help, given the problems at school. He looked at the original training plan, but said that other methods should be followed, as the current guidelines were not suitable for achieving the goals. There was only 1 month left and it wouldn't be possible to significantly increase cultivation. It was better to focus on improving cohesion and willpower rather than further cultivation. Their training was too soft and did not have the desired effect, so it should have been intensified to get better results and improve physical and mental fitness. Only blood and sweat can strengthen their will and physical condition, for real trials require perseverance and considerable effort that cannot be achieved without labor. To improve their cohesion, he will become their common enemy, creating an environment where they are forced to work together and support each other to succeed. The protagonist's trick was to create the conditions under which they would become a real team, capable of overcoming difficulties and achieving common goals through joint efforts. At that moment, a letter arrived to the messengers containing important information requiring urgent attention and action on the part of those who received it to accomplish the necessary tasks. Husong asked for help and couldn't find a way to test the protagonist, so it was decided to look for other methods to test his abilities. Soon the academy tournament would begin, and there they would be able to test the protagonist, so it was necessary to prepare carefully and provide all the conditions for successful participation. This year's tournament will be held in the Western Islands, in Siu, which has proven to be an excellent venue for such a large and significant event. They couldn't understand why they weren't dealing with a group specifically trained for practice today, as they weren't used to not hearing their practice shouts. The tournament will be in 2 days, so they head out today to make it on time and prepare for the challenges ahead. Then everyone went to see them off, discussing the final details and wishing them luck for the upcoming events they were looking forward to with anticipation and excitement. The mother told her son that it was especially hot in the Western Islands, so have him take plenty of skin cream with him to protect his skin from the sun's rays. She was counting on the girl to take care of this silly boy who was going on a long journey and needed extra care. Since he has been admitted here, let him not dishonor his family, as his father and she will come to see him themselves. Her sister wished good luck to the girl and said that she should definitely win to show her abilities and achieve high results in the upcoming tournament. Crossing Chen shouted that the time had come and everyone needed to gather on the boat to head out and begin their participation in the tournament that awaited them. Some were clamoring for them to at least get through the team fights, while others were reminding them that they had to get better and show their best qualities and skills in the tournament. At this point, the president began to send them off, ensuring that all participants were properly distributed and organized before the tournament and their journey began. A teleportation array had opened up that was very expensive, and if it wasn't for the tournament, they wouldn't have been able to afford it since the cost to use it was high. The teleportation array was incredibly expensive, and if it wasn't for the tournament, they wouldn't have been able to afford it since it was costly to use. After a while, they had already traveled through this portal, finding themselves in a new place and preparing for the next stages of their participation in the tournament and new adventures. And at the other exit, they came out exactly where they expected to be, which surprised them with the accuracy and coherence of the teleportation device. There was already a bunch of people there. Everyone was in anticipation and celebration, enjoying the atmosphere. It was very beautiful, and they noticed that the other academies had already arrived, preparing for the tournament. There was a team from Qingshan Academy, which was one of the best, along with Shiyuan Lunar Academy, and they were all known for their high level of sword skills. Qingshan, Shiyuan Lunar Academy are the famous top 3 academies whose disciples possessed the highest sword skills and could fly in on their own. It was very beautiful, but it was a pity that her fighting spirit wasn't suited for the sword flying technique. At that moment they heard, or rather felt, some kind of earthquake on the ship. As they turned their heads, they saw a flying house, which turned out to be quite unusual and caught their attention with its unusual appearance and strange movement in the air. As it turned out, it was the flying pavilion of the gods in the moon, which was astonishing in its grandiosity and unusual design. Just how much spiritual energy it would take to make it fly was a question that interested them, as such constructions required enormous resources and effort. Siyu City, also known as Lake Sand City, is located between the sea and the desert, and its unique location makes it unusual and different from other cities. Located on the border, it is also a key communication point between Jialan and more than 100 cities in the Western Islands, where roads constantly cross and merchants travel endlessly. The city was known for its chaos and wealth, where underground trade flourished, attracting many adventurers and traders from various places. Some girls said they were students and tournament participants and asked them not to pester them, apologizing for the late greeting and providing necessary information. Crossing Chen looked at this moment to see who had stood up for them, and appreciated how important it was to have support and protection in such a new and unusual situation. She came from Ziyu Academy and was in charge of accommodating the tournament participants, asking them to follow her and providing instructions on where they could be placed. Everyone was surprised at how beautiful this girl was, which impressed them greatly and made them want to know more about her. This hostel was reserved for the competition and was solely for the accommodation of the tournament participants to ensure that they were comfortable during their stay. To the east of the dormitory or numerous training halls, 100 meters to the west was the market square, and there was a sound stone available for communication. She welcomed them to Shiyu Academy, introducing them to the basic rules and facilities that had been provided for their comfortable stay and successful participation in the tournament. The system called the Protagonist a lazy loser and informed him that he now had a new task to complete to prove his worth and improve his reputation. Or he could send it to Zishi, who would do everything for him. The girl mentioned that she was the little vixen that the great prince had vouched for. The girl was flattered to be known and felt like an important part of what was happening, realizing her role in the situation. How can she not know her opponent when she will be fighting him in the same tournament? They are all quite famous personalities, and their names are well known in the circle of competitors. He was the same Master Chu who brought the plants to the tournament. He said it was a radish, but it was clear from the look on his face that it was something more valuable and unusual. The girl realized that the rumors about him were true, and the assessment of his reputation and abilities became even more relevant after what she had seen. Let him be careful, for he is being watched closely, and any actions he takes could affect his future participation in the tournament. She told the princess that there was no need to glare at her as she wouldn't do anything wrong. The princess warned her not to trust women from the Western Islands, as they might have questionable intentions or ulterior motives. The wrap fabric, which looked unusual, was not to be put on display. She used to spend some time in the Western Islands, which gave her a better understanding of the locals and their behavior. But enough about that, let them go to dinner, as the roast meat here is excellent and worth savoring after a day full of activities. Ziyu Academy was already almost a banquet, showing their hospitality and desire to create a party atmosphere for the tournament participants. But surprisingly, the two girls seemed to be fighting over food, which looked quite comical and caught the attention of everyone present, who were watching closely. Everyone watched this performance intently, trying to figure out what was going on and why these girls were fighting so hard for food. The girl was glad that it was just a super subtle fight and she didn't win, which further boosted her confidence in her abilities and status. One of the girls said they were about to have an even finer fight, but the other didn't want to participate and asked to be left alone, showing her fatigue and frustration. The girl walked over to them and asked what they were doing here. She was busy servicing other academies, and they shouldn't be here playing and disturbing others. The girl asked her not to get angry and to calm down as her hair was burning again, a sign of her strong emotions and anxiety about the current situation. She was very angry and needed to meet someone later, so she let them go, asking where Fengyan was. She replied that Fengyan was back at the plantation, but had gone to get something to eat. There was a farmer next to the princess, and it was important to take a closer look at him to better understand his role and possible influence on what was going on. At this point, everyone on the street was watching him intently, trying to figure out what was going on and how it might affect their plans and preparations. Also, some girl was watching them from the balcony, observing the actions of the protagonist and showing interest in what was happening to him. She watched the main character intently, her gaze full of curiosity and anticipation for them to play or interact with him. She was interested in when they could start interacting with the protagonist, and she looked forward to the moment when he would be part of her plans and strategy. They were actually surprised that the meat was very tasty, as meat was quite scarce at their academy, and the free accommodation and food here was a real gift. This town was a very wonderful place, combining a party atmosphere and amenities that made the stay enjoyable and comfortable. Someone asked if this was the same Crossing Chen that had been talked about, and his appearance sparked interest and discussion among the locals and participants. Misty Flower Pavilion discussed that the teacher had said to keep an eye on him, which was an important aspect of preparing for the tournament and ensuring control over the participants. There was a 5-star martial artist looking after him, which looked ridiculous since his level of strength didn't match the real demands and expectations of the tournament. This child's ability was a mystery, so one should not take him too lightly. One must consider his potential and capabilities in order to properly assess his strengths. He heard that the 3-star martial arts emperor Mr. Wu is in charge of their special training. There are 312 registered martial arts emperors in China, and everyone knows who Mr. Wu is. They needed to check on him, and he was standing on the balcony at the time, watching and waiting for the results of the check and further action. Shiyu, the westernmost point of Jialan, was located between the crazy desert and the boundless sea, presenting a marvelous place with unique natural conditions. This place will be the one he will return to long afterward, given the significance of his stay and the importance of the events that take place here. At this moment, the man noticed that 2 more cultivators were following him, which annoyed him, as he didn't want to attract unnecessary attention and disturbance. It annoyed him greatly since a martial arts emperor was not uncommon 500 years ago, but now he had attracted a lot of attention, which was unexpected. Many things had happened, and so people above the level of a martial arts king had become scarce. The reasons for not cultivating strong masters remained unclear. He was informed that the draw had already been made and the results of the draw were known, which determined the further course of the tournament and the distribution of teams into groups. There are 12 places in the team competition, and the holding of the competition has its own team. 74 teams from all over Jialan identified their opponents and examination rooms, with an average of 6 teams per room. But he was unlucky as he got a room with 7 teams. Might want to revise the roster to better prepare for the competition. Crossing Chen was listening intently to all of this at this moment, trying to understand the details and nuances of the upcoming competition and plan his actions. At this point, some man from the academy was clearly unhappy with the draw. There were only 5 A-class schools in Jialan, and 3 of them ended up in the same room. How this was possible, what happened in Hanyun Academy was hard to understand. Don't let them panic, we just need to ask them if they are willing to cooperate in order to interact effectively and prepare for the tournament. In these tournaments, the weak are knocked out and the strongest remain. We need to first get rid of teams that are weak links like Wujian Academy. Let them do the rest of the time. It's almost here. There are 14 teams to bet on. Let him double his money and bet on those who have a chance to win. One of the men bet on King Shan, believing their team to be strong and capable of performing well in the upcoming competition. At least he wouldn't lose money, as betting on King Shan was safer and more reasonable compared to other possible options. He heard that an unranked academy team had appeared in room 11, and 3 teams from the top-ranked academy were there as well. What's the point of competing in a tournament when you're unranked? Let them go back and farm if they're not ready for such serious competition. The waiting area for academy tournament participants was organized to provide a comfortable place to prepare and relax before the main events, which is important for successful participation. This year's competitors were very strong, making the competition more intense and interesting, and the level of competition increased significantly adding drama to the tournament. Apart from them, they didn't see any martial artists, which made the competition even more serious as the level of the other participants was high and required special attention. The guy said that he looked at the Wujian team and noticed that half of them were martial arts masters, but their level was very low and they looked weak. A conversation was hanging, and at that moment, the princess heard someone discussing Team Wujian. She asked if they were tired of insulting others, and suggested that they could voice their opinions to their face if they had the courage and confidence to do so directly. After all, everyone was so fond of looking for superiority, even in a pile of trash like the Misty Flower Pavilion, which made her displeased and annoyed. The princess asked what he said, as she was interested in the content of the conversation. He questioned why they were setting up this environment here and expressed his displeasure at what was going on and the mood of the group. It's good to be young and energetic, but you need to channel your energy in the right direction, so why don't each of them take a step back? Asking who it was, the girl explained that it was the dean of this city's academy, a high-ranking position at the peak of the martial arts emperor. The name was rather odd, and the princess expressed surprise, noting that she was indeed a woman, despite the unusual features of her appearance. Crossing Chen was puzzled, as she had a beard, which seemed strange and unusual considering it was inherent to the female species. The guy also said that this is quite normal, as unusual features could be characteristic of certain people and cultures, and one should not be surprised by such things. Zishi noted that he looked as if he was not from here, giving the impression that he was an alien element in this environment, which surprised those around him. Crossing Chen couldn't understand why no one supported him, and it made him feel isolated and dissatisfied about the current situation and his situation. She then announced the rules, forbidding taking pills, food, and other items to the team competition to ensure fairness and a level playing field for all participants. Each team's starting score is 30 points. The team that kills an opponent gets 1 point, and the team that has a kill is deducted 1 point, and 3 points are deducted for a forfeit. The duration of the competition is 7 days, and killing an enemy will result in aerial supplies, which adds an element of strategy and planning to the tournament. Although the competition is well protected, participants can die, so do not expect every student to be able to handle the dangers on their own and without support. In addition, the form of the competition has been slightly changed this year to improve the organization and meet the new requirements. An observer will be stationed in each room to monitor the actions of the competitors and enforce the rules of the competition. All their competitions will be streamed live to the outside world, and additional issues will be decided by external judges on a case-by-case basis, ensuring objectivity. This is so that he can watch them properly, ensuring that he has full control over the process and maintains the level of competition that is important for a successful tournament. Distinguished spectators were welcomed to the Academy tournament, creating an atmosphere of celebration and the importance of the event, which brought together many spectators and participants. This is the Shiyu Arena, where Boyfriend Bin is the host, representing the center of the event and a key venue for the competition, which adds to the formality of the event. This year's competition is being broadcast live and everyone can watch the tournament through arrays or viewing stones, ensuring accessibility. Everyone was amazed at how cool it looked, which added to the excitement and interest in what was going on, attracting the attention of spectators and tournament participants. The woman was telling her husband to hurry up as their son was about to be shown, which created extra tension and anticipation in the audience, fueling the audience's interest. This year they also have prestigious judges who guarantee a fair and just competition, which will ensure a high level of tournament organization and results. Which team of all 74 could win, they would soon find out, which added intrigue and suspense to the competition, and everyone waited for the results and outcome of the tournament. President Vichya wanted the boys to act with full commitment to achieve the best results and show their abilities at the tournament, which required maximum concentration. 500 years ago, a mysterious curse broke out in the far north and quickly spread in all directions, affecting all levels and creating many dangerous creatures. The curse spread quickly, turning the land into a vast expanse inhabited by wandering souls that changed its appearance. Since then, that land has had a new name, the Plain of Wandering Souls, which reflected its dark and mysterious past, making it a place of constant danger. The storm started at the worst possible time, which made things more difficult and added new hazards for the competitors, making their task even more challenging. Here, They must channel their spiritual energy to protect themselves from the cold and be careful not to run into the Soul Eater. How could such a dangerous monster show up here? At most there will be a few low-level ghosts. They also know the starting positions of other teams, which gives them an advantage in terms of strategy and preparation for the competition. The person in charge of the competition is his great uncle's second and second cousin's third cousin's niece. Having the right amount of money, it is easy to get information about the current situation. They will first destroy the Wujian team, then hide and watch the tiger fight. They have already talked to the Hanyan team before the tournament. He shouted for them to go forward and destroy the trash, expressing his intention and strategy towards the opponents. At this point, some hair was grabbed by an unknown force, which attracted attention and piqued the interest of the observers. It was a girl who was happy to have caught such a cute rabbit. She asked if there would be rabbit for dinner and wondered if Sister Funying could be allowed to act alone. How does she control the situation? It's just a team battle, and anyway, despite her strength, she can go wherever she wants. Everyone marveled at how cute the bunny was. At that moment, she sensed something was wrong and her attention focused on what was happening. She said to throw the rabbit away immediately, and she immediately did what she was ordered to do. At that moment, to everyone's surprise, she literally turned into a sea, which shocked those around her. The Misty Flower Pavilion puppet transformation spell activated, changing her form and status. Then the girl herself, who had already turned into a puppet, began to attack them. She had become a puppet and was no longer one of them. But after all, she was her sister, and turning her into a puppet was too much to handle. At that moment, there was a tremendous explosion. It was a shame she'd been turned into a doll so easily, and she was going to wait for an opportunity for revenge in the real world when her path crossed again. Guy asked if it was a northern village and wondered about its location relative to where the curse appeared. He had heard that the village was not far from this place where the curse appeared, and no one could get out as everyone had been turned into wandering souls. There should have been many wandering souls here, but the place seemed empty, which was odd since they could have all been destroyed by past participants. There wasn't a soul in sight, and they quickly left the place. At that moment, the guy felt something behind him. He spotted them and said they ran after them. Let them not run, they'll die anyway. At this moment, Chu Xin Chen said for all the teams to pay attention since enemies had appeared. Everyone should fight as if it's already worked out. Chu Xin Chen ordered the arrows to be prepared for the attack. Also equally important was camouflage. At this point, he gave a sign and crossbows began to appear from the most unexpected places, providing an element of surprise and increased defense. At this point, everyone clearly did not expect this development and were surprised. The guy, of course, immediately realized it was an ambush and warned everyone to be careful. The guy immediately started using his shield. They thought they could outbid them with such a little trick. A lot of participants immediately started attacking from the unexpected side. An hour earlier, the protagonists had encountered these monsters. Of course, he immediately started running away from them. How lucky they are to have encountered the ghosts right away. They are wandering spirits, and they made it to the right village. They were about on the same level as them, so one had to either fight or retreat. They chose the path of battle to meet the threat face to face. The main character had ear problems like everyone else and couldn't figure out if it was a sonic attack or something else. The system reported that it was not a sonic attack, but a ghost scolding. No one in this world understood the ghost language yet, but he had learned it, and Chu Xin Chen asked him to translate faster. One of the ghosts said they didn't hurt his child. They were so scary that he was scared, and his eye fell out. The bastards always come and kill them. Can't they just live in peace? We have to kill them to avoid further problems. Chu Xin Chen told the system that he was not here to kill ghosts and asked to translate their words. He would talk to them himself to establish contact. Chu Xin Chen began to speak in their language. They were very surprised that he could speak to them in their language, which boosted their confidence in him. He introduced himself, said he was intimidated by their appearance, so he decided to do so out of a sense of self-preservation, and apologized for the possible misunderstanding. They're not here to kill them, they're here to help them. He realized that they were shocked that he knew their language, but suggested that they not worry, while the other teams were destroying the wandering souls, and they should realize that they wanted to destroy their opponents. He can't get anything from killing them, so why don't they team up and deal with the other teams coming here? It's a good suggestion that they won't fool him. He guarantees in this young man's name that he never cheats anyone. This young man looks so honest, with big eyebrows and eyes. At first glance they don't lie. Eventually they agree and welcomed him. Crossing Chen was glad that he was able to reach an agreement with them. After hundreds of years, they can finally talk, and he can't believe someone understands their words. It brings joy as now they don't have to drill holes in the ground. Crossing Chen couldn't understand what the hole in the ground meant. It's a bunch of tunnels in the village that were used for shelter and defense, which was an important element of their strategy. The more they kill, the less they get. Now they try to avoid battles and hide when humans come. Crossing Chen said the tunnels need not be used and offered to help build and strengthen them. Months of experience in developing and building a home will come in handy for creating shelters. Everyone needs to work as a team to make the plan work. Everyone was really all on the same page there, which showed organization. One of them even widened the passageway, which was important to improve access and functionality of the tunnels. Expanding the cave passage into a battle tunnel provided space for battles and cover, which was strategically important. The entire village will become a battle fortress, ready for defense and attack, and will be armed, waiting for enemies. If the enemy dares to come, he will be attacked and will not be able to move an inch. This is what actually happened to those people who came to the village. He thought this was very mean, so he suggested that everyone disperse for cover. At that moment, some girls started running into the room. At that moment she was frightened, for there were ghosts there. Some guy ran in after her and told her she couldn't be touched. But at that moment, something happened to him. He realized it was a trap and started to walk away to avoid getting caught in it. And then he saw that he was ready to be attacked. Crossing Chen thanked him and said that they should have a lot of points. The houses were full of traps, and they teamed up with wandering spirits. There is an entrance in the center of the village, and at this point someone started attacking it, which required immediate action. This was a princess who spared no one at all and was cruel to her opponents, showing no mercy. The strongest cultivator on the team must take initiative. You have to kill the doctor first, and then when they panic, kill the others one by one. Let them not get carried away, or they will be in a bad position. Of course, everyone immediately noticed the princess and wanted to kill her, adding tension to the current situation. They then noticed that there was an archer on the tower that posed a serious threat. One of the men immediately wanted to kill him from the back to neutralize the danger without making too much noise. She appeared very quietly and said that he was too nosy and failed in his task. There were enemies everywhere, and they wondered how they could deal with so many opponents. The guy was telling them not to run away and to keep fighting. At this time, all they could think about was killing these enemies. The guy said it was all set. Then explosions began to occur on the battlefield. The guy was surprised that it was explosive charms. The situation was not good. They needed to retreat, but Chu was not okay with that and said that they should not retreat. He would kill anyone who tried to escape. They were just attacked by a bunch of rats, and they didn't think about running. They attacked the ground. If they are rats who like to dig holes, they can die in them. He will bury them alive. At this point, they actually started attacking the ground, which was part of their plan. This helped a bit, as the opponents underground immediately came out. The ghosts began to worrying about their homes and what would happen to the tunnels. At this point underground, people were realizing that things were going badly. Everything was clutter. Crossing Chen said not to panic. The doctor should rescue the injured and activate the second plan to deal with the crisis. Before the battle, the system formulated 17 possible scenarios. The second plan involved attacking the tunnels, which was part of their strategy. The branches of the vines were used to reinforce the structures during the construction of the tunnels, and everyone put their spiritual power into these reinforcements. Everyone really worked as a unit. It worked out, but the level of reinforcement was short-lived. Let everyone hurry, because if he doesn't complete the work as soon as possible, there will be even more work to do and more time to prepare. After a few seconds, the guy said it was done. Then in a moment, a magic circle appeared around them. Of course, the guy could figure out what the circle was. Then they abruptly began to plummet downward. He couldn't understand why the hell they had fallen. He was informed that it was an emperor's band formation. Here, half of their techniques won't work because of the activated formation. And at that moment, plants started to appear right from the ground and began to wrap around them.